My video's 20 minutes. I think he took like 2 to 3 hours to react to it. It was insane. Because I was like, all right, you know, we'll watch him react to it, and afterwards, we'll get on to like writing the script for like my next video or whatever. And then what ended up happening was I stayed there for like the entire afternoon. Yo, what's up, Shimmer? So early today? Daylight savings. Daylight savings. React of a react. No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. Yeah, we could react to a react if we wanted to, but I mean, I was like, I was there, right? We could react to Stoops' react and do a reactception if you really wanted me to. If you really want me to react to react, I can. But man is like the most ADHD dude ever. Dude took like 10 years to react to my entire thing. It was pretty damn insane. Let's see. Let's find where it starts, right? Okay. Let's get to the beginning, right? Dude's literally... There it is. 10-hour react to the react perfect content. I don't know about that one. But alright. If you want me to react to his reaction to myself, sure. We could do it. Alright. Let's try to find the beginning of this.
Doing shit until the game's eyes W business model. Yeah. I should make a video on my main channel, my experience playing pay-to-win games for 3 years. I feel like that video would go so hard. I think I should make that video. My experience playing pay-to-win games for 3 years.
I mean, you should, honestly.
I feel like that'd be a good video. It sucks.
This was a tough video to make. Now,
Miso, sure, I can't even take you serious when you have all these fucking...
I hate this guy, man. I hate this guy.
Seraphim shit
he
in the background.
Comments on this every single time he watches my video. Every time he watches my video, he's always like, "Oh, I can't take you seriously, man. Look at all these goddamn posters in your background." Yo, shut the fuck up, man. You got a fucking closet fucking K-pop stan. Oh my god. To make this video as
you know what's funny, by the way, off topic, Sora sent me a DM. Remember I told you guys this? Remember when we were talking about the Le Seraphim song? Sora.
Dude, I actually didn't know Le Seraphim's video came out for Overwatch already. Review of Lost Ark as somebody who has played the game for over 8,000
That's so many hours, man. 8,000 hours is crazy mode.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing the game for a long time.
NA West, bro.
Dude, Kevly says especially on NA West. Like, he's like, yeah, you're playing as like a second-rate citizen. I understand, you know, it's a tough life out there at NA West. It really is.
Honestly, if I was Miso Shiru, I'd be fucking pissed. I actually would be pissed. Because you're just, like, he's a creator. He was a creator on NA West. And it's like, what do you can't do anything. You can't interact with people that easily. You can't do a lot of content with people. You can't join in and raids with them.
I know. I was on a goddamn island, dude. I'm on a goddamn island. I can't play with all the big NA East streamers. It sucks. The only person I had here was like, who was, I mean, they weren't even open to playing together. Like, you know, like Matt Shu, right? He's not even, he like busses most of the time. And like the other people have like their own statics and stuff like that. Transfer NA East right now. It don't work that way, bro. It don't work that way.
I'd be fucking pissed, bro.
If they made server merges, man, region merges.
Under 10K hours, that's a lot of hours, dude. That's a lot of hours, guys. Yeah, like BDO literally incentivizes you to AFK a lot. Pick the wrong.
He's watching himself. Chat wanted me to react.
You know? It's a lot of hours, man. I'm beyond 10K. No, I'm sure some of you guys have insane hours. Like I'm at like 5.8 or
Global
something.
server and
Like, you know, I don't
join you.
AFK
Hey,
in the
I'd be
game
down.
at all.
I'd be down.
I only log in. Like right now, like think of if I opened the game, I should have, because then people like I could just have it while I'm reacting. If I had that while I was reacting, it'd be infinite hours, but I don't log into the game unless I'm going to play.
Have a
and
good
then I
night,
just log off
Shimmer.
Insta.
Thanks for the raid again. Appreciate it. 8,000 hours, guys, in the past 3 years. 15.3K. I mean, there's people who definitely have more, but there's also a lot of people who AFK a lot. I don't AFK a ton. Kind of to send my channel off in a direction
That's
that
crazy,
I think that I want to
Palmachino.
head towards, talking more about games in general and game topics. But the more I try to make like a full review of
Who said that?
Covering the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Well,
the
I
more
know I'm
it
pausing
just
again, but here.
felt
Okay, stupid.
disingenuous. And discussing the bad parts, it just felt like I was ranting. So after spending hours, like I've spent the past couple of days trying to write this script out. That's more than I've ever done, even in like a college
that's tough.
paper that was like 20 pages.
That's tough.
The more I worked on the script, the more I thought that I needed to scrap it. So instead, I'm just going to speak honestly from my experience
no script.
playing Lost Ark over the past 3 years and how I feel about the game.
I like how the comment right here by Panda Nubex is, yo, is he back?
And what I hope it becomes in the future. Obviously, I still have a script in front of me, but that's because I just want to organize my thoughts. But this video really is going to be like a letter. A letter to the players who've been on this journey as long as I have, or have been as deeply invested in the game as I have. And it's also a letter to AGS, giving them one video to watch instead of having to sift through a bunch of fragmented videos of feedback scattered across YouTube.
Yeah, Tom, watch the video.
Yeah, Tom, watch the video.
And I'd also like to say,
come on,
this is a letter
Tom.
to Smilegate as well. But
They never
let's
seen
be
that
real.
shit. They ain't
I
seen
don't
that
think
shit.
they're gonna see this.
They ain't
So
gonna see
heck with
shit.
that. This is probably gonna
They don't. I'm pretty sure I've said this. They hate me over there. Like I'm almost. Well, I kind of know they're not. Yeah, I'm not their biggest. They're not.
Damn, that's crazy though. Imagine, it's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure they hate me over there. I kind of, so he's probably gotten wind from people like from like AGS, since his like relationship with them is like so close. Probably got wind from people there that's like, yeah, fuck this Stoops guy, fucking making like our community woke, making our community like, you know, rebel against us, making him demand for better. What the heck is wrong with this guy, man?
I'm a biggest fan. Yeah, for sure they're not.
gonna be my last Lost Ark video, at least for a while. So let's send us off with a bang, right? So let me take you guys back to 2015.
Editing.
That's when I first stumbled across.
Where's the
Lost
maple
Ark
music?
through a Diablo 3
Dude, he wants me to put the maple music. I mean, I thought about putting the background music because, like, I usually do have background music, right? For, like, my old Lost Ark vids. But, like, I don't know. I just... It's a different... It's, like, a stylistic thing going forward. I feel like music can, like... It can bring people in, but it can also, like, isolate people who are like, I don't want to listen to this shit. They hate him because he, you know,
called Moldred,
true.
aka the
Who the
Moldrenator.
fuck is Moldred?
He made a first look video about this
Dude,
new
he
Korean
doesn't know the
MMO/ARPG.
Moldrenator.
Who the
and
fuck
for
is
someone who spent
Moldred?
countless hours on
I actually
MapleStory,
don't. I actually don't know who this guy even is.
D3
Who the
God,
fuck is Moldred?
D3
D3
Legend,
Goat.
D3 Goat.
Yeah, I don't know who the fuck this guy even is.
and Diablo 3. Lost Ark really felt like the love child between these two games.
Can't watch
I remember
video that
watching this
soundtrack,
shit
really.
though.
Knew I needed it.
I
But here's the twist.
I played this.
I didn't know it would take
I
enough.
played this version of the game pretty much when Quinn was playing. You remember when Quinn played Lost Ark? I played it for like a day on my long time ago. And like the guy that was in my chat earlier, Kaiser, was there. And I was playing this shit. Oh, it didn't look like this. It didn't look this bad, I'm pretty sure. But this is when Quinn was playing a long ass time ago.
Another 7 years before I could actually play it, because at the end of the day, it was
Holy
a Korean
shit, this
MMO,
looks so bad.
which meant that by the time it
That skill is
launched
still in the game.
Korea in 2019,
Still in
the
the game.
majority of the
Dude,
Western
it's crazy,
world was
though.
unable to.
I mean, we talked about this on stream the other day, but like literally when I was watching this video, like 80 to 90% of the skills that they showed were there. Like these skills are still in the game, which means they had all the skills designed in 2015 at the like latest, because they probably had the skills in there even before that. So that's like, I don't know. To think that the game's skills haven't changed since then, maybe it's like a sign of like why old classes are so bad, you know? Because like they're literally designs from like over 10 years ago. Play it. Now, that was until Summer Games. Oh, it's muted. Yo, what's up, Pong?
In the music.
Itself. Chat wanted me to react to this. I know you were in Stoops' chat today. I saw you in Stoops' chat while he was watching this. It was about the journey, the anticipation, and the emotional payoff. I was so hooked that I ran the campaign 4 more times with the Scrapper, Gunslinger, Deadeye, and Paladin, just to soak it. Dude, Screen Shake is so awesome. Man, I need to turn that shit back on, honestly. Now that I'm not streaming Lost Ark anymore, I need to turn the Screen Shake back on my client. I ran at 4x. No, I ran the campaign way more than 4x, bro. I ran the campaign 4x in the Japan server, right? And then I ran the campaign in the first beta and the second beta. And then I ran it on so that's 6 already. And then when it came out, I ran it on my Deathblade. So that's 7. And then I'm sure I ran it more after that. Like at least 8 or 9 times I've run the campaign. Repeating with the solo MSU for Solace card, yeah. Can't play with Screen Shake, dude. I love Screen Shake. Screen Shake makes it feel so strong. You lose damage when you play with Screen Shake. I swear. In every single moment before the Western release.
It was fun.
In the Japanese version, I reached Argos, which was the pinnacle content at the time.
Oh, you played in JP.
After I cleared that raid, I decided that I was done with the game for now and proceeded to wait until it came out in the West. But as we know, the Western release was delayed. You don't lose brain cells? Why? Well, thinking in Lost Ark makes you actually play worse. So my guess was losing brain cells is actually better. Had to come first, and that
100% that's what it was, bro. Like I know they said it wasn't, but like looking back, I think they wanted to do add more content, sure, but like let's be real, it was absolutely 2 at the same time because New World, and I get it. Like it's not like it doesn't even make sense. Like you can't release both at the same time.
Yes, you can't release both at the same time, but it's like, why would you even slate Lost Ark to come out in like fall 2021 if you knew New World was going to come out at the same time? Like you should have either announced like one or the other or coming out at different times. Like you shouldn't, they shouldn't have been like, oh yeah, we're going to put both these together. Wait a second, guys, our 2 games, our 2 MMOs are coming out in the same time period. Maybe we shouldn't do that. Like, I don't understand. It's not like they're made by different companies, right? They knew beforehand both games were coming out. So it like the release itself was botched, which was crazy.
I mean, I think they even fucked themselves with the Throne thing. Like it was weird when they had Throne like tier 4 at the same time. It was weird. Yeah, that was a mistake.
Yeah, they
did.
Sure. They did Throne and tier 4 at the same time too, which was also weird. Which honestly really affected my content. I'll be honest, because I was kind of popping the fuck off in Throne content on my YouTube, and I had to stop focusing on Throne because tier 4 came out, and I was sponsored to play tier 4. So I had to put like all my efforts in tier 4 instead of trying to like grind out Throne, and that was really annoying. Like I don't know. I still to this day wonder what would have happened if I like continued like making content for Throne, because like my numbers were like crazy at that time. Do I like TL? I mean I liked it. I didn't mind it. Like I thought it was pretty fun when I played it. Like long term, I don't know how it would have gone, but at least at the moment when it first came out, I enjoyed playing it. And I wanted to continue playing it, but I had to play tier 4. I had to play, Ignite. I had to do all that because I was sponsored. Yourself before someone eats you. What the fuck? Amazing. Now, why am I telling you all this? That's because I was obsessed with Lost Ark, and I know I wasn't alone. Lost Ark came out in the West and peaked at over 1.3 million.
This shit was like still COVID-ish too, right?
It was one of the most successful MMO launches.
He's
ever.
quitting 07.
But fast forward to today, and the story is a bit different. the
Saddies.
player count has plummeted by a little bit over 98%. And even after a major update with a brand new class,
Yeah,
with
but I feel
Cloud
like that's
Soul,
less impressive, right? Like the fact that Monster Hunter is a fucking fat IP, bro. Like a massive IP. Also, it's on console and shit too. It's way bigger. But yeah, what he's trying to say is it was pretty huge. I mean, New World was during COVID too, right?
I mean, it
And
was
that
huge.
shit hit like
You can't say it wasn't
800,000
huge.
or something.
Like, regardless of like paid, unpaid, whatever it might be, like there's no other MMO since Lost Ark that's hit those numbers. Like, and that was like 4 years ago, right? 3 years ago. Like, so there hasn't been another MMO since that even had near the success of that. Like, and Lost Ark came after New World, right? So I guess the only real big MMO that came out is TL, but I don't know. Nothing since has come out. Yeah. We haven't had. I mean, there's been a ton of like smaller MMOs, right? Core Punk or like, like little like BNS, whatever, Neo. Like, there's been a like what was it? TL. Like, there's been MMOs that came out, but like there's only been really one big one, I'd say, and like that didn't like hit anywhere close. Also, FTP, so everyone would try. Yeah, I understand that. But TL's FTP, right? Fucking Blade and Soul Neo's FTP. Like all these MMOs were FTP, and none of them hit anywhere close. Now again, Monster Hunter was huge. Like the fact that it was a $70 base price game, so more expensive than the usual 60, and then it hit higher numbers than Lost Ark. And we know Lost Ark had a ton of bots at the beginning, right? So those numbers were probably inflated by a little bit, at least. Because like I don't know, I wouldn't expect Lost Ark to have like a huge influx of bots like at the first week. Like it's not like the bots knew like Lost Ark was gonna be like huge gold mine, right? So I would expect like at least the initial launch numbers to be pretty accurate for the most part. Lost Ark's name already went through the mud. No, not during release though. No, Monster Hunter older titles were not single player. Monster Hunter actually, if if we watch my previous video, the one titled Monster Hunter as a Wake Up Call, you would know that Monster Hunter actually on the PlayStation 2, the first one was actually designed from the ground up as a multiplayer online game. Because when that came out, that was kind of the dawn of like online multiplayer and LAN. So Monster Hunter has always been, since day one, a multiplayer game. What's up, JJ? No one cares about the price tag. I mean, it is true that nobody cares about the price tag, but you have to think about it this way. There are definitely people who can't afford that price tag. Even like Soul, right? Mr. Soul Real. I asked him, hey, are you playing Monster Hunter, right? And he said, no, I can't afford it. I don't have money this yet, right? That's just one example, and that he lives here. But there's some people who live other places in the world where $70 is literally like a month's paycheck or something like that. So there are definitely people who, and Monster Hunter is a worldwide game. So there are definitely people that do get constrained by the price itself. But I would say the majority of the people who are playing probably aren't like that. But there are definitely people who do. Food for a month and a half, yeah, exactly. It's expensive. Other places in the world, it's expensive. PS2 Online didn't get a chance though. Resident Evil Outbreak died on PS2. Yeah, the thing is, Kencho. So the creator of Monster Hunter, right? The director of Monster Hunter at the time also was the director of Resident Evil, and I think two more other games. And there were, three more other games. Two more other games. So they had 4 games, and they were all focused around this online play. And Monster Hunter was the one that made it through that kind of like initial batch of testing, and it was actually successful. Our savior Ryozo Tsujimoto, yes, exactly.
Something for a paid game.
became more successful on PSP. Oh, 100%, right? 100%. It was the thing is Monster Hunter was very successful in Japan. And in Japan, handhelds are huge. So as a result, the PSP version was very, very successful. I think your video is pretty on the nail for a lot of people. It was a good one. Thank you. Yeah. I I think like again, it's at the end of the day, like it was this video is like kind of because like a lot of people have different opinions about like smaller topics, right? Like let's say it's like gatekeeping or it's like difficulty of raids or whatever. Whereas this video, I kind of kept it pretty high level and broad. Talk about big ticket items like progression and what is it called, and monetization, which I don't think anybody disagrees that those are problems. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of all sorts of issues. So there's a main issue. Yeah, exactly. Heck, Smilegate director, son of the CEO and founder Kenzo Sugimoto.
That shit was like you had to pay $40 to play. That shit was massive too, dude. New World fucking juiced super
Savoring
hard.
your video for a fat
New World,
launch.
Lost Ark juiced.
Oh, they put Lost Ark too.
I actually
Damn.
don't really understand why Throne didn't giga juice. I thought, I mean, I know why people have made a lot of bad negative reviews about it, but yeah.
I mean, I also do wonder why Throne and Liberty didn't have as good of a reception as some other MMOs. Because like at the end of the day, MMOs like people it's weird, right? People always want a new MMO. They always want like the next World of Warcraft and to be part of that. So it's like there's always an audience for a really good MMO. But the thing is, maybe it's just like people were just like bad at designing MMOs or something like that. But every time there's a new MMO, whether it's New World, whether it's Lost Ark, whether it's TL, like the population just absolutely plummets over time. And like I don't know, it's like MMOs have like a tough either like people like MMOs and like the progression, but they don't like the end game. It's either that or like they just I don't know. Like Yo, what's up, Castform? How's it going, man? We're just here talking a little bit about well, chat wanted me to react to Stoops' reaction. You were there today, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, chat wanted me to react to Stoops' reaction, but I don't know. It's like I think people want MMOs, but at the end of the day, it's either A, they say they think they want an MMO, but they don't actually want an MMO, or B, like MMOs just haven't been able to be modernized to a point where it's like palatable to today. Like if you think about it this way, right? MMOs are the complete opposite of like the popular games being like Valorant or like League or Fortnite. Like they're very small and contained, one match, like quick match, get in and out, like type of games, right? With some being longer, some being shorter, but none of them as long as Lost Ark or like MMOs where it's like persistent world. So it's like it's maybe it's partly because gaming has changed and the way people play games has changed. So this kind of like very, very long-term, long-form progression isn't as popular anymore, even though people feel like they want it. It's not actually what they want. I always just have this thing where I say that people in their mind always think they want something, but then in reality, it's not that thing that they want, but it's like some other thing that like that thing is like a part of like just a piece of what they want. Throne was PvP and endgame PvP was ganking mass Zergs. I mean, maybe people heard about Throne being a PvP game and were turned off. Maybe that's why. I think that definitely has to do with it. I think you're right. Core MMO4 has innovative change. It's been dated. Never played a game with good end game that's post 100 hours. Not even Monster Hunter is good end game. Playing Mushy at the moment? Yeah, I heard. I'm thinking about playing Mushy when the Demon Slayer shit comes out. I don't know. It's been a while since I've dipped my toes like actually seriously into Mushy game. Last time I played like slightly when they came out with Laura, but I didn't like give it a serious chance because like I don't know. I've played Mushy game for so many years, right? I've just kind of been like I feel kind of burnt out by it. And I did play a good bit of Maple Story Worlds and Artale, but yeah, I don't know. It's so fun. Yeah, like here's the thing, right? And actually, we'll go into in a second. Even New World Endgame was a lot of PvP. I don't think PvP and MMO is very popular. Yeah, no, PvP and MMO is always very niche. It really is. PvP games in general, like yeah, unless they're like like Counter Strike or like those types of games, they're usually pretty niche. Especially with MMO PvP, a lot of times it's like you can't like. Here's the thing with PvP games. They're the biggest and most popular PvP games are always the ones where you can really blame your teammates. The ones where you can like shift the blame for like losing on somebody else. Because it's never your fault when you lose, right? It's never your fault. Whereas I feel like MMOs a lot of times there's a lot less of that. Like either A, you don't know whose fault it is, or B, it's like, you know, you're kind of like solo in there. So but yeah, Maple Story. I think there's something really nice, and it's like the whole like there's always this like grass is always greener on the other side type of situation, where when you play something, you always think the other thing is better until you actually get into it. So, like, for example, I used to be a MapleStory player. When I first started playing Lost Ark, I'm like, oh, wow, this is really amazing. This is such a breath of fresh air. This is so much better than MapleStory. I love how, like, you know, with MapleStory, it felt like grinding was just, like, endless. You can go all day and, like, you know, in order to keep up with people, you kind of had to go all day, every day, and, like, you know, or else you're falling behind. But thinking about it now, it's like, why was I even trying to keep up with people? There's no such thing. Like, you're just playing by yourself for the most part anyways. And also, like, it kind of sucks sometimes to have time gated stuff because you kind of run out of things to do. And then you have to make alts. You have to make more characters. Whereas in Maple Story, yes, there's a lot of bossing mules to like help with economy. But if you really want to just play one character, you really can. Like, you just play that one character all day, grind all fucking day, right? So, and like, the other thing is like, because Maple Story is like such a, and I really, and I'm gonna make a video about this. This was the next video I was thinking about talking about is like how MMOs. I think these days the best MMOs are always the ones that have a significant single player portion to it. And multiplayer is there and it's available and is good, right? But the thing is, it needs to have a significant portion of single player where you can just hop in, do your own thing, and hop out. Like that's something I think like really I've been more aware of as I've been playing Lost Ark, because you kind of like, in a way, there is FOMO in Maple Story, right? There definitely is. You have dailies, weeklies, things like that. But like in reality, like if I stop playing for an entire year, yeah, some of my friends are like ahead, but it's not like there's like, oh, you're so behind. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, you're gonna get gate kept or whatever, right? That's not the case. You're never gonna get gate kept in Maple Story. Like, in fact, like people like will just like, hey, you want a bus, bro? You want me to carry you for free? Like, yeah, sure. Like, there's none of that like toxicity of like, I feel like if I don't play for like a week or two, I'm gonna be like, you know, losing out on so much because there's just not as much of a competition or like needing to keep up there. Like RuneScape, you can just grind away right away. Yeah, you grew up on RuneScape. It's basically single. Yeah. I prefer Maple over Lost Ark as of late. Interesting. I mean, I think that's the same thing with Castform too. But social elements, I mean, like social elements, yes, but like I think it's interesting because I am fully behind this idea that I don't think Lost Arks, and I've talked about this plenty of times, right? I don't think Lost Arks, at least the way Lost Ark has it, right? The group play in Lost Ark doesn't encourage social, like being social. And I've said this plenty of times before, and I said this the other day too. Like, if you think back to like every time you get into a raid, like think how many people have you added to your buddy list from raids, and versus how many people you blocked, right? You've probably blocked way more people than added. Like some of you guys aren't people who block people, so that's totally understandable. But you probably haven't added that many people to your buddy list either. And like, when's the last time you really had a conversation with somebody in a raid, other than just to like flame them or like, you know, be like a quick like, hey, you know, remember to do this or whatever, right? Like, when's the last time you actually made a relationship or made a friend through a raid? I would say there's, for the most part, most people don't. There's probably some people, right? Like, for example, Roger, who like is like loves just like randomly chatting up people. But like, other than that, like you could do that in any game, even MapleStory. But like, I feel like my experience and my memories of like some of the most social games and like meeting those people were in games like MapleStory. Granted, back in the day was when I played Maple. Actually, it's hard, right? Because there's like a period where I streamed MapleStory and I made a lot of friends there too. But like, and then like way back in the day when like literally MMOs were about talking to people, like, you know, there was a lot more party play and group play like in these casual MMOs. But yeah, all the time you like talking smack. Also, Atzel. Silk Road. RuneScape 3 can be either a multi or a solo. Lost Ark would have died without Twitch. I do agree. I do think Lost Ark, like, it's like crazy if you think about it this way. Like, there's a reason why if you go out and watch like think about it this way, right? Some of the most popular highlights or like popular content in Lost Ark right now, right, is like, or in the general space, a lot of like the popular content on YouTube and whatever is like highlights, stream highlights or whatever, right? And people like do funny edits and things like that. And like you have that with J-Ra in Lost Ark. But like, if you compare J-Ra's edits compared to like most of the other edits of like normie games, right? J-Ra's edits, like most of the stuff, like is like Twitch culture, Twitch memes, Twitch emotes, 7TV, right? Whereas if you go out to like Valorant or like, you know, like offline TV, OTK, whatever it might be, right, of people's stream highlights, the editing, you never see like really any like Twitch references in those edits. Which I've also observed that in like my own like edits as well, where it's like, you know, when I'm making content for Path of Exile, I try not to use like Twitch emotes and stuff like that because like people just aren't as Twitch brained. Like there's not as much of a population like percentage in those games that live on Twitch compared to Lost Ark, where I think like the majority of people who watch like YouTube content and consume content of Lost Ark, a large part of that group also lives on Twitch. Now they might not always be chatting on Twitch, but a large population of them does live on Twitch, and I think it's kind of disproportionate to some of the other games. It's like interesting. I play Silk Road? No, I haven't. It is a weird way of how fragmented the community is in Lost Ark. A lot of us join the game with friends who quit a long time ago, and we raid with people across multiple servers, which makes it hard to form groups in game. We have to gather outside of game because of how the servers are. I really wonder, because I haven't really played another MMO since Lost Ark, like how other people in other games like MapleStory like interact with each other. Like I still think like most people do just join like guild discords and just hang out in discords. And I think a large part of it, you also playback. I think a large part of it is just like, if you think about it this way, I think like now that I think about it, I think that a big reason why Lost Ark died so much, like I actually just think about this, and this is crazy. A big reason why Lost Ark died so much is because people couldn't build a relationship in the MMO. Partly because, like I said, the raid stuff, right? But if you think about it this way, and this was a complaint I've had since the beginning of the game, the guild system was absolute shit. Like the guild and alliance system was actually dog shit. like the only way you could actually like build a community in the guild is with like the hardcore players who are willing to take that extra step to hop onto Discord. There was like no like guild, like because you had alts that were in like different guilds all over the place. It was really hard for you like to build a relationship because like you might be on the game, right? You might be playing all day, but because you're not on that character in that guild, you weren't able to converse with the people in that guild unless you were on the Discord with them, which again, I think a lot of casual players probably didn't go on those Discords, and causing those casual players to feel like there's nobody there to like hang out with them. Because I've definitely in my history of like being in a guild here in like we were in the Twice Guild, right? Well, that was our guild. And like I would often see people like chatting in guild Discord trying to ask questions or whatever, right? And then like nobody would answer them. Or like anybody want to run this, right? And nobody would answer them because like nobody was online in the guild. Like they were just like on another character in another thing. 90% of guilds for MS. Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of these games, guilds are so big for finding friends. A lot of times guilds are the first place you go to find like people to play with. But in Lost Ark, guilds are so, and I guess because we've never, the people who are playing Lost Ark now never had a guild culture, like a culture of like chatting in game with other people, chatting in guilds, right? Which is also why you barely ever see anybody chatting in game. Because even when they added it at this point, most people just don't use those features. Like even though now you're like in a guild across all your characters, nobody is doing that. Nobody is actually using those features. And as a result, anybody who comes into the game and tries to join a guild and doesn't want to join a Discord just will never find a friend. Guild system is a shop. That's it, exactly. The fact that you have 10 people in your guild at level 1 was the biggest joke ever. Oh yeah, man, the guild limits were terrible. We just started going to MS Chronos and the social aspect is wildly different compared to Lost Ark. How so? I'm assuming it's just like a lot. Again, my experience playing MapleStory is that it was way more social than Lost Ark. I was able to meet so many more people in the game. Like, there's so many times where I just randomly like, I don't know, just like randomly see people just like having conversations and stuff like that. And like every now and then, because they talk about something like I'd be interested in, right? They're just having a random conversation there about like Demon Slayer or something like that, or like, this anime. And then I'm like, yo, that anime's so fucking sick, bro. Like, yeah, me too. Like, and then you gotta get those natural conversations flowing. Whereas like nobody talks in Lost Ark. Nobody has these casual conversations. So like you don't ever get these moments where you like organically meet people. This Smilegate made a chat and party system based on Windows 2. Also, was Saint bot Discord, official Lost Ark Nexus. Yeah, I mean that like I was gonna say that Lost Ark has always kind of had that kind of a culture of like talking outside, but that's really because like it never had a good in-game conversation system. No incentive for people to create that environment, game design. Social elements and MMOs are most important. 100%. 100%. I mean, that's what people go to MMOs for. Another MMO guild is more social, not Loa Guild. Loa Guild is chat is non-existent. Yeah, because nobody talks in chat because nobody ever was conditioned to do it. We didn't have that ability until literally less than a year ago. Holocure, I've only played it for like maybe like an hour, so not really too much info. But I'll play it a little bit later. All Stars need very antisocial. You have to actively smart combos, or else dead socially every raid. Yeah. When you want to run with friends, but honing luck creates a gap. Yeah, but that's like, and that's by design probably because that way they're gonna be like, oh, you're gonna pay for like the hones now, right? Which I did at some point. I remember I had to swap raid groups because one of my friends, like one of my other friends, right, was in a raid group that was better for my time zone or like my like schedule, and I had to swap raid groups. but they needed a DPS and not a support because I was a bard main at the time. So I had to literally like I honed up my Glavier and like paid to win it up to 50, was it 1460 or whatever to do Vicus hard mode with them. So yeah, that definitely happens. Didn't it help that each area is different chat? Yeah, and like if you think about like a Maple story, right? There's like smegaphones. Like there's always people doing goofy shit on like in the game, and you could like yell across an entire world, and like somebody would say something stupid, and then you like ha ha, and you like whisper them, ha ha, that's so fucking dumb. We're like, yo, what the fuck, bro? Ha. Like like things like that, right? It's like small things like that that add to the social element of that game that make it so that you're able to build relationships better. Well, that's what I mean, right? You don't need forced group content to be able to have that social element. I think like it's actually like not even a factor when it comes to playing these games. The factor of building a social element in the game are the systems in the game that allow you to communicate with another and build relationships organically. Was that the vote with the universe split timeless? He would not be a striker main. Maybe. Yeah, you remember that. Yeah, exactly, Lee. I pushed up my Glavier to join you guys. Free Relic Adrenaline definitely created a gap. He was playing hard mode eggier for on release. VChat catching up 3 months later at that point and quit the game. All my friends quit Lost Ark because of the gap by design. There's so many reasons why people quit Lost Ark. It's crazy. And like I think most of the people who are still playing Lost Ark today have definitely had friend groups fragmented because of like the design of Lost Ark. Not saying it wouldn't happen to other MMOs either, because like people are gonna quit games naturally. But I don't think the stuff in the game helps. Don't have time to be social when you're on a constant wheel. Yep. Speaking of factors, let's segue into today's sponsor, Factor Meals. How does KR stay social? Is it because they have Inven? I'm not sure. Like, I'm not even sure if KR is that social. Yeah, I'm actually not sure if it's that social. Maybe ask like Memo or something. Like if it's actually that so. It does. I don't think it's that social. I think it's probably the same as us, honestly. But it's just that and the thing is too, right? KR has a lot more. Like Lost Ark was probably a lot more social back in the day, but as the other systems started to weed them out, you started to get less and less of like the people who are there to like just like hang and have a good time and chill and play at their own pace, and more people that are just there to sweat and grind, right? So it's like the population, like because the game is bigger in KR and has a bigger audience and wider appeal, it also attracts a little bit more of a different style, like different type of player. Granted, like, and because of that, then here's always been the problem, right? Like because of our population, it makes it hard to make like casual raids. Not saying that those are very common in Create either, but at least there's some more of it than here. Like you can have people who are a little more casual and still find people to play with. What the fuck, Shadow? 3 side hero energy, some of my guildmates are 0 still. Yeah, I mean I'm a 0. What the fuck? Everyone was social when I sold 5 Abydos for 4 gold instead of 100. Had the entire server laughing at me air chat. Oh no. I'm sorry, man. But yeah, I mean, I think that's also like partly like the type of game Lost Ark is like it's just at the end of the day, right? We've always said this. Like the game promotes toxicity, and because of that, people are less likely to make friends with each other, just trying to be assholes to each other all day and like make fun of people or like alienate people or like be like, I don't want to run with you, like you suck. Like that's just not really. And that's another thing, right? In a lot of these other MMOs, the skill portion doesn't really play into it as much. And it's actually funny because I have like people that I know who will literally hate people because they suck at the game. Like straight up. It's not even because like they're a shitty person or whatever, right? They don't even talk to the dude. But like they just straight up hate them. And sometimes they even talk to the people and know them, but because they suck at the fucking game, they're like, yeah, I don't like this guy. Why? Because he fucking sucks at Bard. Like, huh? I know those people? Yeah, exactly. So it's like everything in the game just like fosters this culture of like not being social and actually like being the opposite of social and like being toxic and trying to separate yourselves from others and like kind of treating kind of like a in a way like a class system, right? Where like if you're not good at the game, you're not going to be talking to like the people who are like really really good or whatever. Like, you know, if you just shit at the game, like you're never going to be able to make friends with the people who are like at the top, you know, at the top. I would hate you too if I still played Loa. Damn. Join the lobby on my support out of spite because I first kicked my DPS. I've done that before where like my group just like fucking like I try to join a lobby and I get gatekept on my DPS and I go like, you know, on another character that's like stronger. It's like, yeah, you know, fuck you for fucking kicking. Like I don't say that to them, but it's just kind of in my mind. You ever watch Asm's video of Lost Ark is over? A whole comment section experience complaints can be applied to this day. Imagine being a new player now. Yeah, I mean, like in my video too, right? I talk about like how a lot of the problems that we talk about today are problems that we've talked about since the beginning of time in Lost Ark. They're core fundamental problems that have never gotten fixed, which is why I talk about in the video. Like, there's just band-aid fixes, right? There's a lot of shit that's like you can do as band-aid fixes, but like it doesn't change the fundamental issue. It doesn't solve the fundamental problems of the game. And as long as you don't solve those problems, no matter what you do, they're going to keep coming back. Yo, what's up, Ampu? How's it going? So it's like there's just a lot of shit that just doesn't get fixed because nobody actually addresses the core problem. And like, I think I'm not going to blame Gold River on this, right? But I think because of how like convincing he was and how smooth he was at like pushing the problems under the rug, that's the reason why problems never got solved. But like, not saying that it's because of him, because like regardless of who it is, I don't think the problems would have gotten solved anyways because it's a fucking Korean MMO, right? But I think like maybe it would have made it without Gold River being there. Like, I don't know, as shitty as it is, it probably Lost Ark probably wouldn't have been as popular as it was in Korea. And if it wasn't as popular in Korea, like the news would have traveled here. It's like, hey, the game's not actually that good. And like, yeah, it would have been a whole different world. Great, thanks, awesome. Let's EOS low on stars. That's not what I'm trying to do. I want to always ask for juice when they're mega undergeared and set item level higher on character for real houses permitted. I mean, at the end of the day, right? I think it's like the way that the game is designed that we end up with a system where everything is about raids. Everything is about progression. Everything is about getting raids done quickly. And as a result, like you always want, and part of it's like, you know, the difficulty of the raids, but also part of it is like monetization and how they try to push you to pay for the game to get further ahead so you don't get gatekept, right? Which is why they haven't solved a lot of these problems ever. But it ends up being that case where people always try to look for juicers or people who are like better, and that's why like goalpost keeps moving in terms of like gatekeeping. It's like the raids stay the same in difficulty, or in our case, a lot of times even gets easier, and our characters get stronger. Right, with tier 4, we got a lot of power boosts, but yet the goalpost for gatekeeping still keeps moving on these raids. Like, you know, on item level fucking hard echidna, like who's gonna do that? Like, who's gonna let you in? Nobody. On item level Thaymine hard, who's gonna let you do that? Pretty much nobody. Like, you know, it's hard. Like, you'll find parties every now and then that do, but the majority of them don't. And it's like Behemoth, literally a fucking target dummy. But, you know, the people are gatekeeping 1660 plus. It's like, huh? At the very least, Gold River addressed the issues players had in like current league director. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like Gold River was way better than our current director at like PR and like keeping people like interested, motivated, and felt like they were catered to. That's why I meant like that's why I was talking about how Gold River was really good at sweeping things under the rug, right? Because he was very good at talking to players and like making us feel like they're listening, making us feel like they're addressing the problem. Which is why when they addressed like put in the band-aid fixes, right? They're like, oh, thank you. This is what we've been asking for, right? When in reality, the problems never got solved. It's just that he was very good at talking it up and also implementing those band-aid fixes. But now this guy is not very good at that. So even though he implements those band-aid fixes, people don't fucking give a shit because, you know, they're like, this isn't the problem. This is not why. This is not why we're mad. I'll let you in, but we'd get jailed because I don't know what I'm doing. My lows be like PoE last epoch and shit and let one-on-one question them. I mean, that's never gonna happen. That's never gonna happen. Yep, Cold River was simply charismatic enough. Exactly. Acknowledging problems and not fixing or not addressing them. I mean, I think like that's bad. That's not good. But at least your players are happy when you get band-aid fixes and you're able to talk yourself out of it. Saw you enjoy Monster Hunter Wilds lately. What weapon are you using? I'm using Sword and Shield. Sword and Shield is my favorite weapon. I don't know why they didn't hire a community-facing director. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, like, I mean, the craziest thing, right, is like you saw. So Gold River left, right, and they put in the three bozos. The three bozos are up there. People hated them. And then what do? You're like, oh, Gold River steps back. All right, we're gonna come back and like we're gonna fix shit and like it's fine. I'll be here while we look for a new director that's gonna be suitable, right? I personally thought, and this is what I was like, I wanted for the game. I wanted them to hire somebody from the outside, somebody who was like not involved with Lost Ark at all at the time, but just had like good track record of like, being able to run a good game studio, because that way they would be able to come in and look at things from a fresh perspective and like, because a lot of times when you're in the situation, you're in the trenches, you're always ingrained in this culture where you were brought up by Gold River, right? You're brought up by this culture, so your line of thinking is going to be very similar. And I feel like at the time we needed somebody who was different, somebody who had a different idea about how to run the game. But instead, they went back and chose one of the guys that didn't do well, and I was like, huh? I was like so confused. I don't know what happened there. And we're kind of in the situation we are today because of that. We needed Saint as a director. It's like interesting, right? Because I remember when Saint went from like a content creator to MapleStory 2 CM. But I mean, the game was kind of beyond saving at that point. But I don't know. I kind of stopped playing the game right after Saint became CM too, so I don't know how things went with that. But yeah, I'm not sure how it went. It's easier for nepotism. It went bad, really? Was it because Saint wasn't doing a good job? Or was it just like, I think the game was just doomed at that point, honestly. Yeah, exactly. Now there was nothing Satan could do at that point. They chose the raid director. The vertical god. Remember, he's the vertical god. They chose the vertical god to help us out. Not the fucking, I don't know, the people's god, the people's champ. The man designed all the raids. Yeah, and that's why we get fucking all massive progression trees. MC would slowly stop the community streams because nothing would get done and Saint would just sit there. Oh no. I also think it's funny how they chose Saint to be the community director. I mean, I granted, I know he like, it's like he was the passionate guy. He was the guy who was playing the game a ton and like had a lot to say, and it was like, you know, kind of like a person that the community respected. But I also feel like Saint is not that type of person to like get out in front of people and just like, hey guys, everything's gonna be great. Don't worry about it. We got this covered. Like, you know, we're addressing everything. Like, you know, have that energy to just kind of like bring people up, right? Like when I met Saint at TwitchCon, he was like the type of guy who would be like, you know, this is a lot of social interaction. I kind of would just want to like, you know, chill and be in my corner. Then life got drained out of him. He didn't have that gold river Riz. But yeah, I don't know. There's only so many times you can say we heard your feedback and send it over. Yeah. Kanima for director. Oh boy. Oh boy. That would mean that scouters go to the moon and everybody's gonna be farming clown for the rest of their lives on like 20 characters. You want do work as director? I mean, he'd make there a lot more booba skins for sure. At least Cannabis Scouter would have been working hyper. My class is rough. Yo, what's up, Evan? How's it going? But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, right? I do think that MMOs, like, taking us back to kind of where we were at the beginning, I think that MMOs in general, like, they don't need a forced group aspect to be able to like for people to actually make friends and like actually build those social relationships. They really just need to build that shit into the game itself and build the systems for people to like make friends. What are we watching? We're watching so I made a Lost Ark video today and we're watching the the main Lost Ark streamer's reaction to my video. TFD. Oh my god. Mini games that MS2 had? I really wondered, did those mini games like actually promote like people meeting each other? Definitely more so than like what a raid would do, that's for sure. But I don't know. I wouldn't say I ever really talk to people in that, but I'm also not the type of person like just go and like talk to random people either in games. So heck if I know. We're watching the backlash. What's up, FT? How's it going? But yeah, like I really think at the end of the day, you don't need like that stuff. And like Lost Ark really just didn't have like the social systems in place when there was a lot of people playing. So it just as a result became like the non-social game that it is today. So I was never rated MS. I'll try to say hi to people. I mean, always have those people in like Queenstown playing fucking Despacito on their piano, right? Is Lost Ark the game that came out last year to compete with Diablo 4? No. Lost Ark came out in 2022, and the Korean version came out in 2019. And it's an MMO, not an ARPG. It's funny to say Stu said ADHD because it took so long. His react is going to be 2x as long. I mean, it's different. Like he literally like went and like clicked different links and like watched different videos in between and shit like that. You know, it's different. It's different. It's different.
New World died in like a month. Yeah, I mean, Lost Ark lasted a really, really long time.
We're only seeing a peak concurrent of about 20,000 players. So, what happened?
I mean, we just banned this. Is this number real? We just banned. Dude, it's fucked. I don't know if you guys know this. A lot of people are quitting because their friends got banned, which I don't know if it's a W. I think it ultimately is an absolute W. But a lot of people are quitting because their friends got banned, and it's like, I mean, I think it's a W, right? Because like, if those people are playing because their friends are cheating in the game, like, what the fuck are we playing, right? So, yeah, I mean, I think you have to ban people that are cheated, bro.
Of a 20K was such a reach. Well, it was 20K originally when I was making the video, but the ban wave hit and knocked out a shit ton of people, and that's what it caused it to go down. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, I do see less bots. Yeah, they have the whole like, their new anti-cheat bot system, right? That like the anti-cheat software that apparently kicked out, what was it, 100,000 bots or something like that across TL and Lost Ark. There's cast form in the video. But I don't know what to think about this whole thing. And I was like, as I was like watching Stoops today, I was also thinking about this like it's I wonder if Amazon, well, of course, like with any of this is like they did a good job, right? It was a good thing for them to ban these bots and the people who bought it using Chaos Bot and GeForce Now. But like I really wonder if like they in their mind thought about this like kind of chain reaction of like also knocking people out from their game that had friends who got banned. Because like Lost Ark, one of the reasons why it like is so rough too, like, and it's so hard for the player count to go up, is because Lost Ark is a type of game where, for the most part, the people who stay the longest are the people who have friends to play with. Because let's face it, right? Plugging raids is tough, especially for when it comes to Prog Week. And because of that, if you don't have friends, you're much more likely to stop playing the game. So because of your reliance on other people, and like people are gonna naturally gonna quit. Like the moment like one person falls out of your raid, and then you need to replace them. Maybe it's a DPS is easier, but then like now you lose support, and now you're like, shit, where are we gonna find another support? And then eventually your raid group breaks apart, and then everybody's like split into other like kind of smaller groups, and then like it's like, well, I don't get to play with most of my friends anymore, and like more people start quitting, and there's just kind of like this chain reaction that goes on. What does Lost Ark need to do for you to come back? It's not even a Lost Ark thing. It's like it's more of like a personal growth type of situation too, because like I've said this before, like I don't see a future with content for me in Lost Ark. It just I tried. In an ideal world, I would love to continue to make Lost Ark content, but I just don't think I'm really. I've done it for a year, and like I don't see it going anywhere. Crazy how people flame me for chaos botting, yet I didn't get banned. Get wrecked. Wait, were you chaos botting, or are you saying that people thought you were chaos botting? Also, a great game to invest into with time. Most people in the West do not understand that type of game. It's not that. Like Odin. Like I don't know. Like how long have you played Lost Ark for? Those are like really the issues that people have with the game. People love fucking grindy games who play Lost Ark. It's like the systems and shit that are around it that suck. Soft loading characters I didn't want to pug endgame raids. I only know one person that got hit. That's good. I did my Chaos Dungeons ethically. Got it. That's what I thought. Yeah, the grind is fine. It's like the other stuff, right? It's like all the shitty systems around the game that make like, and just like this feeling. There's like, it's not even just the systems. It's like the people and the community. But it's like the game is what makes the community kind of like react to the way they do. Plays the highest since release, but your highest is 1670 still. Yeah, I mean, if you're playing it casually, right, and you don't really care too much, like, do you have like people to play with? Because if you do have people to play with, it just makes it a lot better. Like, if you don't have people to play with, there's a lot of problems. A lot of P noise out there that can't raid anymore. They were 6 months and quit because of the community. How do people play with it still? I think ethical botting, I imagine someone making their kids do cubes. I mean, we have joked that, one of these days, if we do have kids, like, and we're still playing the game, just make them do their cubes for us. What's the point of playing if I'm just doing everything solo? If I want a solo endgame, I might as well go back to RuneScape, which is what I did. I have my own guild, but no one is ever on the same level. 100 people. I see. I see. I mean, again, I don't think it's a time thing for Lost Ark, and the reason why it's like so rough, because like you can there's only a certain amount of time that you can spend on the game.
You
Each
got
week.
it set
There's just
to
a
M
limit.
for mini.
There's just
When
a
it should
limit
be
at the end
set
of the
to
day.
W for
So it's like
Wumbo.
even if you want to keep grinding, you can't at some point.
It
So,
worked.
and like I said, I think most people playing Lost Ark actually like a grind. Like, for example, I come from very grindy games. I literally farm fucking Path of Exile maps for like hours upon hours, and I'm fine, right? Maple Story, literally, at some point, it took like an entire day to even get like half a level, and I was fine doing that. It's not about like time. It's just like, the shitty stuff that goes around it, and like that makes people really not too big of a fan. RNG element makes people get ahead or fall behind in groups, and they do that to incentivize spending money. Gatekeeping because weekly push for DPS this week, full T4 gems. Next one is full 7, some 8s. See next month being 8s and 9s dump community theme mine. It doesn't need all that. No, I mean it doesn't. I like helping out newer people. I always leave them notes in the guild menu. That's good. And so and there needs to be more people like that, but unfortunately most people aren't. Being unhinged because lower players are allergic to doing mechs. I'm gonna crash out one day. I mean, they gotta get that DPS, bro. They gotta get that meter. And yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like it's it's like another thing that makes Lost Ark like really bad for casual players. It's like the presence of meter. As I know, for a lot of people, meter is like, without meter, it's not fun, right? And I'm not saying meter's a bad thing. I think meter should be in the game, and I don't think the current meter in the way that exists is something that is good. What I mean is, like, the reason why people say they like having meter, right, is that they get to see their own impact and see their own performance. But like the consequence of the way the meter is right now is that it breeds a lot of negativity and toxicity. Like, granted, luckily, most of the time people aren't openly negative or toxic to people because of meter, but it still does alienate people because you end up being like, this person was like a shitty person to run with. Like, they fucking suck. Don't fucking run with them, and then you block them. Like, it's not like I am for meter. I think meter should exist in the game, but I personally would like it to be a personal meter rather than the group meter. At least for me. It's not the issue, no, it's not. It's just further it makes like some of the big problems in the games even worse. But again, I do think a lot of people would quit without it too. People gatekeep 1660s, they want tank puddles. I don't even know like what, like, I think it's just like people are so incentivized to like clear raids quickly. Like, I don't even know. It's like, because like back in the day, right? You could say people were always so like, oh, I gotta clear quickly. That's why I gotta gatekeep people, blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't have enough time to do everything. There's so much to do. That's why like you gotta gatekeep for these people so you don't have to, until you don't fail, you don't get jailed, whatever it be, right? That was like people's excuse back in the day. But you don't have that excuse anymore. Like, literally, people are getting their shit done in 1 to 2 days. But now it's like, well, if I don't gatekeep people, I'm not going to be able to finish it in 1 to 2 days. I want to go do something else. It's like you're just never. It's never going to end. You're always going to have this moving goalpost of where like you're always going to want to gatekeep harder and harder every single week as content goes by. It's like titles, etc. Yeah. The main issue with raids is fun, is how just measured in damage. No mechs are really fun, just nuisances. In many cases for sure. Use me to prove ourselves like any other pool with potential harm. There's always bad actors or ruin for everyone. Yep. like I don't know. Again, all goes back to like my point of like how Lost Ark doesn't promote social aspects in the game and really just kind of pushes people away. If I ever fuck a counter or a mech we wipe, like all hinges on me because nobody really does the mechs when I pug. And then if you don't do it, you'll never clear. Coco system is good. They need to remove the time limit on it, make it by level only. I mean, the Makoko mentor system is like an interesting thing, right? Because I do also think that the time thing is like so stupid. Like, oh, you need to have like not logged in an X amount of time to do whatever, right? It's like as long as you're, I think like as long as your characters are like, I don't know, it's like it's hard to balance in a way because you don't want to get rid of it too late, but you also don't want to get rid of it too soon. I think it's like it's so hard because like you can also abuse it if you're like, oh, you know, you get to decide when it goes away. Like if you don't want to lose your leaf when you're like over X level. I think what it should be is like for raids, right? If you're doing a raid that's not the current latest raid or something like that, it, or like you like unless it's like raid week, right? Or like raid month when the first raid first comes out or something like that. I think it should be a raid clear, like how many times you've cleared the raid. That way you can like, you know, really have it to be something for people, not just new players, but people who are just uncomfortable with the raid. They've never done the raid before. Option to graduate. That's what I mean though. It's like it's hard because you could have people who like abuse it, right? Who are just like, I'll never graduate because I want these rewards or something. I don't know. Idle 2.0. It's just hard. It's so hard. Because like, yeah, it's hard. About 20,000 players. So, what happened to
Yeah, but like,
Lost
let's say when you say it's not a W. So do you think it's better to play a game where everyone's cheating? You know what I mean? I feel like that's not like you know what I mean. I've said this before. If the game dies because we are banning cheaters, then it's not a game worth playing, right? Like, it's just I don't, and that's me, right, saying that. I don't think the game is worth playing if the game, you know, is people are cheating. I just don't think that's the move.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You can't have people cheating. And I do think where Amazon is fucked up, maybe they couldn't track it, but they should have done this way sooner, right?
Mm-hmm.
They should have done it.
That's what I said in the video.
Sooner.
That's what I said.
It was 2020, but like that's definitely the big fuck up, right? They should have done this shit way sooner, bro.
It's not even hindsight as 2020 though. Like it's not. People have been advocating for harder like punishments on people since the beginning. I've been advocating for harder punishments for like a long time. Yeah, people are bitching the entire time. Exactly. It's like literally like, and it's not even like it's like a special case with Lost Ark either. It's like literally every MMO has this problem. Every MMO with an economy has this RMT problem. And like, you know, and not just RMTs, like people break the rules and people break TOS, right? The reason why there's law and order even in the real world is because there are consequences for breaking the rules. But what happens when you're in a lawless land with no people to enforce shit? Well, people are going to take advantage of it. And people are going to like fucking, you know, push shit to the limit. So it's not even like a hindsight 2020 thing. It's just like how life works. It's like how everything works because people are always in it for themselves at the end of the day. If they refine the Makoko system, a lot of people will come back. I don't know. It's like there's just a point where I think, you know, there will be people who come back with like certain things and like marketing and like new player friendly stuff and whatever, right? But there's also a point where like, you know, the name of Lost Ark has kind of been like tarnished. Is this just the AGS's new company, or is there another reason why they're hesitant to ban? I mean, honest, I don't know. I have no clue. I really don't know why they didn't ban people at the beginning. And it's not even banned. There were just not any consequences. It wasn't even just not banning. They just didn't do anything. Too many people are proud of rat behavior. 100%. I think that's the craziest part, right? The fact that like people hold pride in like rat behavior, that is, which is why I've said, and I think like we talked about this before, but like the past couple of months of Lost Ark has been like the era of the rats. Like before they started like, ban like, saying like no to like advertising buses, before like, recent ban waves and stuff like that, it was kind of like the age of the rat. Like people were just like, there are rats everywhere, even on like streams, right? Like so many people were streaming the game who were like the biggest rats ever. So it's like, I don't know. It's like kind of like, it's crazy that people are kind of proud of it. Too much money to care. We needed the avatar. He suddenly vanished. What would have been 60% of the team did RMT's bot, so they didn't want to ruin their player numbers? I don't think that's the case, though. I really don't. It would be funny. It would be hilarious, but I don't think that's the case. It's gone so bad people weren't on online condemning exploiters. They want to be rewarded for not exploited. It went to that degree. Yeah, exactly, right? It's crazy, like, to think about, like, why they didn't like address this problem earlier. It's such a no-brainer. It really is. It's like, again, it's not even a game thing. It's not a video game thing. It's just like life. If you don't police people on doing bad things, people will do bad things. It's just obvious.
But I mean, for me, I would say that, how do I phrase this? At the same time, I think that them doing this and banning people, I just got a DM. I was going to read it to you guys. I'll read it to you right now. So I don't know what's going on.
This
I know
part's
people,
like kind of weird.
because
Some
being hit.
like random stuff that he was going into.
Depends on where you're at. Feels really.
Let's see. Latest event shows that they just don't care. It should have been free 1640 immediately. Give everyone LOS 30 LWC. Too many subtle hints that people wail immediately. People aren't going to spend money to get gate kept if they queue this up. I don't see how new players will start playing at all. What if they do some higher profile RM tiers and they didn't want to ban them because they lose more players than they did? I mean, it doesn't matter, right? At that point, there were so many players, it didn't really matter. Can you go back to making PoE 2 videos again? I mean, I'll make PoE 2 videos when 2.2 comes out for sure. But yeah, so the thing is like alpha. It's I was thinking about this today too because Stoops was talking about it. He talks about it later in the video, but you don't want to throw players into the end game at 1640 because if you throw players into 1640, right, you have to deal with a lot of shit at 1640. Let's be real. You have to deal with like elixirs, transcendence, because those aren't given to you all for free, right? You have to deal with those two things. You have to deal with advanced honing. You have to deal with you have to start dealing with what is it? Like the new, I guess they streamlined the art passive accessory system, but like there's just like so much shit you have to deal with, right? And you start getting into closer to territory where you don't have solo raids anymore to rely on. Here's one of the things that like I feel in my experience of playing MMOs and new MMOs that I've never played before that have a lot of systems. If you throw me into a game and there's like 5 systems or 6 systems I have to deal with before I can even do the content, I'm just like, I'm overwhelmed. Like, it's like, why do I have to learn all these things to get back? It's the same thing with Path of Exile, right? Like, for me, when I play Path of Exile 1, it's really hard for me to play the game because, like, at some point you hit a wall where you can't get past it unless you learn these systems. And it's like, it's not just learning one system at a time, it's learning 4 systems at a time. And then when that happens, I just feel very demotivated to continue playing. And because of that, like I'll just give up. I'll stop playing. Do you know when new theme I release in global server? No, I don't. And it's also like, gatekeeping, all these things that happen at the end game. So it's like it's very hard. I'm not saying that you shouldn't like give new players more things, but I don't think the current Makoko, like I think the current like Super Makoko Express is okay. It kind of works. But at the same time, I also think that it doesn't work very well because of like all these systems that exist in the game. It's like if you push them too far too fast, then you run into these problems. This is why I think like I was thinking about it today, and like the Maple Story burning system is actually really, really good because it's not a power pass. So you still have to play the game normally and play through the beginning, right? Like, because when you start off in the game in Lost Ark, there's not that many vertical progression systems. It's all just item level at that point. But it's like over time, you get more of these systems added naturally, right? That's how we did it when we first started playing the game. It's like, originally there wasn't relic sets. Then we got relic sets, and then we started getting our 5x3s. We started getting all these things on top of each other. Started getting levels to our equipment set, like entropy level 1, entropy level 2 with clown, and upper level relics, and like all these things, right? They started adding on top of each other, and we were able to learn it as time went by. But like if you're a player right now, you just get thrown into things, and as a result, like there's so many things for you to learn all at once. I think like rather than like I don't know if there's any way to make it so that Lost Ark can have kind of like a Maple Story burning system where like it still forces you to do everything in the game from the beginning, but it's like an accelerated version that'll take you through and still like make you do a lot of the things earlier, but it's just like the point of it is not to like be a hindrance to you, but giving you an opportunity to learn about these things at a pace that makes sense. Because even in the Ignite server, right? When you hopped in, you still had a lot of things to learn about. Granted, you didn't like have to learn about elixirs until a little bit later and transcendence a little bit later, which was like, the best parts. But you still had to like very basic things, right? Chi Angle, as easy of a raid to us, it is to us. For a brand new player, it's a hard raid, right? But the thing is, that raid is much harder than Vaulton. It was much harder than Vicus, right? But it's like because we have played Argos, Vaulton, Vicus, even the Abyssal raids, we learned about these mechanics over time that keep getting reused in the game. So it's like then they kind of did a little bit of that with this Makoko Express, where they made you do Vaulton, Vicus, and whatever for the LOS 24 or whatever. But I don't even know if that's enough. And it's like there's a point that Stu brings up during this video reaction where he talks about how like it's not an issue for a new player to get stuck, like not be 1640 immediately. It really isn't. Because as a new player, you're not looking, for the most part, to progress to 1640, right? It's not like you have a lot of times you don't have friends who are waiting for you to do a raid. It's like, and for those new players, right? If they have friends there, a lot of times they'll help them out throughout the process, so you don't really even need this. But it's like a lot of new players come in solo, or like they're with some friends who have never played the game before, and then it's about like giving them ways to just continue to play the game and progress in a manner that's like digestible for them. It's like also like giving them the ability to play the game more, as Stu says, but like also like letting them play the game and learn at their own pace, and like making so you can continue playing the game and learning at your own pace, as opposed to running into like a wall immediately, where it's like, you know, the first thing you're doing is Kai angle, right? And it's like, well, all these like previous systems I haven't learned, like all these previous mechanics, like this is my first time. Like, why am I going up against this boss? And it's like, not even that. It's like a lot of times I even tell people, like, hey, they're like, what should I do? It's I'm a brand new player, right? In my opinion, this is my opinion, and I've told people about this before. It's like, play through the campaign for the first time. Like, as much as that sounds terrible, for a new player who's never played through the campaign of Lost Ark, right? It's probably still a good time. And it like gets them comfortable with a lot of like the movement systems, the attack systems, the skill systems, the tripod systems, right? It gives them all these things at a pace that we would have experienced at the beginning, and lets them like learn it over time, and again gives them something to play, because the campaign is like what, like 12 to 15 hours long or something like that, just to get to Northford. And then, you know, so it's like it lets them like play the game at their own pace and continue to play. Telling someone to install MMO but play solo for a few weeks is tough? I don't think so. I don't think that's the case, really. Again, I think like, what MMO really, like, when you first start playing, can you play with other players? Or like is like a major part of what you do? Like, is there really any other MMO, other MMO these days that like you're playing with other people very, very early on? RuneScape? Does RuneScape make you play with people very early on? I don't know. I haven't played RuneScape in forever. I mean, for when I played RuneScape, I didn't do that. But this is back when 2000, like 6, 2005, 2004, whatever that was. Yeah, it was like literally like 2004 or something. Group Iron Man is when you can play with 4 other people, but not everybody. Most people don't do that as their starting experience, right? Like a brand new player probably isn't going to be playing Group Iron Man. Dofus, French company, not well known. Like, not many people play that game though. Is the thing. Like, is there any like popular game? Like, I hate to shit on it, but sadly it is the case. Like, it's not a very popular MMO, right? For probably for certain reasons, being one of that being one of them. Like, for most MMOs, modern MMOs these days, like people don't really start playing other people until like pretty late into the game. My ideal new player experience is give you Makoko Express, and after their weekly race, tell them to do the new story express and get a grasp on the system in the world. Yeah, exactly. It's like giving them opportunity to learn the game. Like, and it's not like, you know, the campaign takes forever. Like I said, it's like a 12, 13, it's like a 12 to 15 hour experience. And then after that, if you really wanted to like power pass yourself up, you still could. But like, you need to give people the ability to play the game at their own pace. Like, you don't really get to do that as much in Lost Ark because you get thrown into the deep end a lot of times. Terraria? I wouldn't say Terraria is an MMO though. Gradual progression needs to be there and not a fucking wall. Exactly, right? That's what I mean. You can't, like, you don't want to throw the players into a deep end where, like, you know, you might have a couple like things to help you out, which I think Lost Ark has done pretty good job of like giving you some footholds, right? Like Makoko Express gives you all your engravings and stuff to just go in, and gives you the skills and whatever to just like hop in and play the game. But like, that doesn't solve for like knowledge about like, you know, what to do in certain raids and mechanics and things like that and whatever. You still end up running into like a raid that's probably way harder than like what a brand new player would have experienced back in the day. All-star player events are designed for people who quit to come back. Exactly. They're not designed for new players. They're designed for returning players. Her story wasn't so mind-numbing. Maybe I'm weird. I feel like the story showed an awesome challenge to improve players. But the thing is, like, it's crazy, right? If you think about it this way, I talked about this in my video, but like when I first started playing Lost Ark, I played through the story 8 times and I was fine. When I first started playing through Lost Ark, I played through the story in the Japan server 4 times completely voluntarily. And I was completely fine. For a brand new player, I don't think they mind going through the campaign. Back to talking Lost Ark. What the? Well, it's because I came out with the video today, right? AGS needs to allow people to go into raids for 0 rewards party wide if everyone finish all raids and new players practice playing in a group. I mean, that's part of helping out. That's part of the. I think that's part of like many things that they could do. It's fucking deranged. I don't know. Like, that's just how much I enjoyed the game at the time. Same year, I made a lot of characters out of Power Pass. Exactly. Like, back then, right? When you first start playing the game, you don't know what else is out there. You just have what's in front of you, and, like, you enjoy the game for what it is. And, like, I think, like, people are so focused on, like, how raids are everything in Lost Ark, right? But I think there's just, like, if you think about it, I think there's a lot of fun to be had in the game just to enjoy, like, the combat, the animations, killing a bunch of enemies at the same time and, like, going through, learning, trying out new skills and just like, wow, this skill's so crazy, so amazing. Like, you know, like, it's so cool. Like, this looks really cool. Like, the thing is, like, a lot of people came to Lost Ark because it was kind of like an ARPG, right? And that's what the leveling process of the story is very similar to an ARPG, which a lot of people enjoy, like without the raids. Again, I enjoyed the story a lot without that, like my first couple of times. If granted, you know, after that it was very mind numbing, but that's also because I'd gone through it so many times that like I know what's going on at the end game and I want to reach that end game quickly. Right? It's like for games when you play them, the first time you play an MMO, it's not like it's immediately into the end game. No MMOs are like that. The first time you play through the game, it's always the campaign. It's always the story. And yet, we still, some of our favorite times in MMOs are those initial times when we're playing through the campaign. When we're going through exploring this completely unknown world, trying to figure out everything about it. And it's like that feeling of like going into the unknown and trying to figure yourself out and progressing is what makes a lot of times a brand new MMO fun. And when you take that out of the experience, I think you lose a lot of people. Island Boy era was fun. Exactly. Like, did I quit Lost Ark? No, I didn't. I still play. Like, we were willing to do Guardians per day, right? And like I think a lot of people forget about this idea and this fact that the game when we first started playing wasn't about the raids. No MMO was about the raids when we first started playing it. But yet we still had such a good time leveling through that process. And, you know, yeah, it's like power passes exist for a reason because it lets you skip through the boring parts. But I'm gonna be honest, actually, this is a really good example. This is a really, really good example, actually, because this was my experience playing Final Fantasy XIV, and probably ultimately the reason why I never ended up playing Final Fantasy XIV at the end. Like, maybe I would have enjoyed it. I don't know. But, like, my first time playing Final Fantasy XIV was with friend. Like, there was, like, one friend who was already at the end game, right? It's like, hey, yo, just come play with us, right? Like, play Final Fantasy XIV with us. I'm like, okay, sure. I'm like, I'm not a story guy. Like, I'm just gonna fucking power pass my way through the end. Like, get this shit out of here. I went into the end game as a fucking warrior. I had no fucking clue what I was doing. I had no idea what I was doing. I just go into raids, press buttons, right? I'm just like, what's going on? I have no clue. Whereas I think if I had played through the game, through the story, maybe I would have like enjoyed the game more because I would have actually been able to learn my character, learn how the game operated, had it like teach me step by step, like, you know, here's things that you need to do this. Here's this system. We'll introduce it to you now, instead of being like bombarded with a shit ton of systems like at the end game. Wasn't about the game. It raids because initially the game had no raids. But only those played the other region knew the goal to strong or shit ton of vibes for Argos. Yeah, I mean, like, there were no raids, but we still had a good time with it, right? Which is why I say, like, I don't think new players need to be pushed up immediately. Like, we always have this thing where it's like, man, it's so hard for a new player to get to where we're at today. Like, you need to make it easier for them to get to where we are. Like, but the thing is, I don't think for the most part, a new player really cares about that. Again, unless they had a friend, right? Then at that point, you can give them the option of buying like a power pass and like pushing them up. But like, I think it's more about like giving them an opportunity to like learn the game, learn the systems, and actually be able to play the game at a pace that fits them, as opposed to throwing them into the deep end. Yap Fest, yeah. I don't know why there's this fixation on on catching up, keeping with new players. That's at least their problem. People are so conditioned and low lens. Yeah. And like, if you think about it this way, right? If they're doing a good enough job of giving new players, like getting new players into the game, which, you know, at this point, probably really, really hard, right? But if they get enough people playing the game, like the new players can experience the game together in those early phases of the game. And they kind of have that organic progression of just like growing up together and learning systems together and things like that. Keep speeding up to gate cap? Exactly. You don't see new players, then they're stuck playing with God knows who. They don't even know how to matchmake party find. I mean, again, but I just don't think the solution is to skip them through everything. What it is designing an experience where new players can play on their own, right? Having this solo experience, and still, maybe if they have a friend they want to play with, be able to group up with them as they're going through the solo experience. But giving them this kind of path, right? This journey, this express, where they're riding along, doing the things that, you know, similar to what we would have done back in the day, but maybe at a more accelerated pace, a slightly more accelerated pace, or maybe streamlined pace, let's just say, right? That'll teach them the basics and let them play at a pace that they find is appropriate and they find is fun. Alternative ways of gearing? I mean, I don't even know about that. It's like, again, my closest example to this is because this is what I know, right? Is like Burning and Reboot. Because Burning and Maple Story. Because in Maple Story, you don't need other people to play with. And for the most part, you're not playing with other. And we looked at this today, or Stoops looked at this today, right? Maple Story. And keep in mind, most people don't play Maple Story on the client, right? Most people don't play Maple Story on Steam. But you have a situation where Maple Story has been growing in number. So, and this is just on Steam. So it's like on the actual client, you're probably going to get even higher numbers, right? And MapleStory is not a game that lets you play, that has a lot of content for you to play with other people until the end game. So it's like giving players. I don't even play on Steam exactly, right? So it's like giving players the ability to play the game, even if it's by themselves, right? Which I think is totally fine for most people, because it's like giving them the ability to play the game by themselves, but also if they want to play with other people, they can, right? Because in MapleStory, you can grind with your friends. You can party up, go through the leveling process with a friend and do that. Give them the opportunity to do that and play at their own pace and learn the game at their own pace and not be thrown into the end game immediately. Not be like, all right, here's a 1560 power pass that basically gets you to, it's definitely not the beginning of the game. It's not the end game, but it's not the beginning of the game either. So you skip a lot of the learning process and gameplay process out of a player like in that situation and throw them into like not the deep end, but like they're kind of in the middle. Yet, if you're a brand new person like learning how to swim, you need to be on the baby side. You need to be on the wading pool. You can't just throw them into a place. But it's like, even though it's not the deep end, they still need to be know how to swim to operate there. I kind of look like a MapleStory player. Release solo raids on every new raid or gives an alternative way of gearing. I mean, I do think releasing solo raids for every raid would be really nice. Let's be real. And like they have talked about how like, and this isn't solving the problem of the new player experience, is more of like the casual player experience. Like I think like and I've mentioned this before, but I'm probably gonna make a video about this, but I think they need to start MMOs these days really only work if you design them from the ground up as a single player experience, and then like it's like you get 100% enjoyment from the game as a single player experience. Then when you add people, it's a 120%, 130%, 140%, depending on the people you're playing with, of course. But the baseline should be a single player experience that you can play by yourself for the most part. And if you want to play with other people, you can do that. There's a choice for you to do that. So it's kind of like how for raids, right? They say, and we were talking about this the other day, they say designing solo raids is really, really hard for them to do. It takes them a lot of effort to design solo raids. But that's because they designed these raids as group raids first, and then they have to adapt the group raid to be a solo raid. You're going backwards, right? Whereas if you design the raid to be a solo raid, then you add on the group stuff on top of it, it makes it a lot easier to build those raids because it's more about adding things on top rather than thinking about what you can take away to make it easier. Like Monster, which you have scaling boss. Exactly, right? It's like you can go in there by yourself, but then at the end of the day, if you want to play with other people, you can, and it's like it's a different experience. It's, yeah. You got 100%? Yeah, exactly. I started playing. All my friends told me to solo Fulton until a con and learn the game. Here are videos. Not as bad as people make it to be. Yeah, again, it's not bad because as a new player, it's not like you're looking to do Kai Angle. As a new player, you're not like, oh god dang, I really like, why do I have to do this like Vaulton shit? Like, why this is way boring compared to like, it's not like the content's shit, right? It's not like you're going through shit content to get to the good content. All the content's really good, but it's just we don't like the content anymore because I don't even know if we don't like it anymore. Like, I think I still like Vaulton, right? But it's like we just don't like it because nobody's like there, I guess. I don't know. It's like old content, right? We've done it already. But for a new player, that's a new content. That's their experience, that shit for the first time. Vaulton, the best new player experience. I think it has a first raid for sure, but I don't think they should hop in there immediately as first raid on their first day either. I think they should kind of work their way up. Yeah, but I agree. Day one players can't even do basic mechs. Yeah. Talking about and thinking about Lost Ark feels burdensome for real. I mean, I mean, I think it's like where we are talking about Lost Ark right now, but I also think like we're talking about like a bigger thing and on top of that, which is just like general MMO design as well. So, you can think about it as talking about it through when Lost Ark ends, but I think like more than anything, it's just we're just talking about like fundamental design of like a good MMO. Fundamentally, like how you make a good MMO in the modern era that doesn't suck fucking buns and cheeks for a new player to play and is enjoyable. Like, and the thing is, right, it needs to be enjoyable through time. Like, it, you need to have a game that is as enjoyable for a new player to play the first day that it's released. Even like, you need to have an experience where like, even if the game has been released for 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, right? If it's your first day playing the game, you need to make it maybe not as enjoyable, but at least somewhat like as though you were experiencing that game on day one, right? You're never going to get like the, oh, look at all these people here, right? That type of experience. But at least the gameplay elements need to be there. It's kind of like a single player game, right? Just because I didn't play fucking Pokemon, I don't know, Pokemon Diamond or Pokemon like Emerald, right? When it first came out. If I pick up that game today, I'll still have the same level of like enjoyment as if I picked it up when it first came out. Maybe my mind might be different though. Like I might enjoy that. But let's just say I'm like 30 years old and I time traveled back to the time period of Pokemon Emerald when it first came out, right? Let's say it was like today, me, 31-year-old me, I time traveled back to when Pokemon Emerald first came out. That experience of me playing Pokemon Emerald at that time period would be no different than if I picked up the game today and just played it for the first time today. And like, I think that they need, like, MMOs need to be able to give that experience to players. And like, I think that's like one of the core issues, right? With every single MMO now that I'm thinking about it. Like, any MMO that has been around for like, a long period of time, right? Let's say World of Warcraft, for example. They've revamped the beginning of the game, like, completely. Made it completely different and, like, in many ways streamlined it, right? Which, is a good thing. But you also can't forget about the experience of the first day player to where, like, it's like, yeah, you streamline it and make it easier for them to progress. But again, the problem is that it's not about making it so that they can progress faster or have it easier for them to progress. It's about allowing them to learn how to progress. And like, a lot of times their version of streamlining it is not about making it easier for a player to learn, right? Because like, let's just say like World of Warcraft was like, there's a lot of stuff that was very confusing back in Classic WoW. I remember playing Classic WoW back in like high school. Like, they threw me in there. I had no clue what to do, right? So they, over time, streamlined it. But the part of that streamlining, a large part of it wasn't just making it more easy to understand how to get through it, but it's literally making it easier to get through that process. So it's about like making it so that the streamlining and the improvements to these MMOs are not about skipping content, or rather just skipping content or revamping it to be like a more hollow version of the content. Is about, if you're going to make upgrades to the content, you should make it just improve like how easy it is to understand things rather than like fast forwarding you and speeding you through. I think you should be given the option to do so, right? Like, I don't think a power pass is a bad thing, but I also don't think it should be, or at least make it people feel like it's a requirement that you need to take that power pass. It should be, okay, over time we improve the new player experience. make it easier to understand, easier to do, right? Because for a new player nowadays might be very hard for them to get into it. But we improve that experience, so if they didn't want to take the power pass, they could still have a very good experience going through. But if they did, then sure. I'm a game dev, so I'll make the greatest MMO, so I'll be sure to take your notes. I can't see myself playing Ragnarok again. I mean, again, like I said, right? It's not about like keeping it the same exact way. It's about like making it so that, well, and again, it's like you playing it again, right? It's a different from you playing it again versus you playing it for the first time. Every MMO has that. Just don't power pass or level boost. Final Fantasy 14 has an enjoyable progression, low as well. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it doesn't, right? But I think there's just like this mindset. Like some games like World of Warcraft, right, have just completely revamped starting areas, right? And that kind of sucks. But with Lost Ark, like rather than like, because one of the things is that I think at the moment it's probably very hard for a new. It's not even that hard actually for Lost Ark. I just think there's just a thing where it pushes the power pass in your face as a new player, rather than like it almost feels like it's not even a choice. And it's like it doesn't help that the community itself just encourages people to use the power pass. And that's a big part of it too, right? I think that's a big part of it. It's like the community tells you to do it. And even the game itself, the company has all this marketing around like, hey, here's a power pass for you to take to get to, the end game really quickly, right? And it's like rather than doing that, it's like encouraging them like, hey, we've made it have these things in place to make it easier for it to get through. Again, it's like kind of like the Story Express in a way. I don't know why they got rid of the Story Express, to be honest. Maybe not enough people were using, but again, it's because the Story Express was there alongside the free power pass, right? It's like they should make it so that maybe it's like if it's your first character, they require you to do the Story Express. If it's a brand new account, and that also helps with bots too, right? Like make it so that the bots have to go through the story. I don't know. New players aren't trusted. They can use their hard. That's true. True. It's always been this shit though. Rush everyone at endgame, but when I criticized Zoom Hard for being Zoom Park, everyone else was praising him for his whole design concept and shit. And I think it's just like people don't. It's a problem for everybody, right? It's hard for people to think about situations when it's like, putting themselves in other shoes of other people. It's kind of like you forget how it is, your experience is as a new player, and I don't blame you, right? But people forget how it is to be a new player, or they forget how the game was when they first played it. It's kind of like the situation of like you don't know how good it is until you experience it. And I think that kind of applies for a new player, except like it's not exactly like that, because like even if you throw the new, like I said, if you throw a new player into like the end game for a game like Lost Ark, an MMO, it just isn't a good experience for them. Old players still encourage new players to be new, at least. Yeah, I agree, but again, it still is a case where there's just so many systems that the systems get thrown at them all at once. Because the thing is with Poe, right? The systems it's not like the systems gradually get introduced to you as you get through the story. they're just in there from the beginning. When you start, you get bombarded with leveling guide, best classes, play in X, don't do this on X. Yeah. And I think, I don't know. It's like people always just want to min max things as well, and they don't remember to like go and stop to smell the roses. This story stressed twice. I don't think it's as good as you remember it to be, Mister. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's good or not. I'm just saying that there's something that needs to be there. And again, did you do it as a new player or did you do it uh as a veteran or an experienced player? Right. That's the thing. We need to take ourselves out of this point where it's like I've done this. It wasn't very good. And versus like it's like when I played through it for the first time, this was my experience. Arc Pass and Altier was the best changes recently. Oh, definitely was. It was a good experience for sure. Not to bother with T2, T3, T4, Mass acquisition, and practices are dead in the game and literally worthless to learn. It's okay to learn and play through the entire game. Make it way easier than it actually is to blitz through. Start learning a character, no knowledge transfer. It will take me 6 months to go through them and let those who need to stay take it slow. And those who want to speedrun it do so too. Yeah. It's giving them options, right? But again, I think at the end of the day, it's not even about speed of progression. It partly is, but it's about giving players a way to progress at the rate that they want. Giving players the ability to play the game at a pace that they want, but also learn things at a pace that they can manage, as opposed to what it is right now, where it's like it's either a 0 or 100, right? Where it's like you either learn things very, very slowly because they didn't improve the process at that much of like progressing through the game without a power pass, but they also don't have a way for you to like. The other way is like you go too fast and there's nothing in the middle where it's like you can still play the game at a decent pace that you want to. If you want to go fast, you can. If you want to slow, you can. But it's about introducing and teaching you those aspects of the game and not dropping it all on you at once. What's up, Jackon? Did I get a new haircut? I did. It was like I got it like last week. What's up, Deke? I always hear the topic goes in the direction of Elixir, cars, etc. and never came through my new player friends. It was always the community and never the systems that made them quit. Looks good. Thank you. If I was into dudes, I'd totally hit on you. All right. As far as that PoE does have that type of greed, not gonna lie. Thing is, I don't have an issue to certain levels of gatekeeping in games IMOs because I do really hate new Dasha players having an opinion in a game I love slash invested in. I mean, and everybody has their own preferences, right? Everybody does. But I don't know. It's like at the end of the day, it really is like giving people the ability to progress and the ability to play the game at their own pace. And again, giving them the content to play. Which is why, like, Stoops all has been suggesting this thing of like you should give 6 power passes to a brand new player. And while I do agree to a sense that that can be good, I also think they still would come into the same issue where like, it's just too you're overwhelmed on character 1. How are you going to start playing character 2, character 3, character 4, character 5, character 6? What did I play in RO? I never got to play RO during its peak. And that's one of the saddest things ever for me. To this day, and that's why I still, whenever I see a new Ragnarok IP, I still want to play it. Because I've never been able to experience RO in its peak. When I did play like the private servers or whatever, right? I think the furthest I got was on like a Crusader. Using Butterfly complains boring fetch quest stories, monsters dying too fast. Felt lonely during the quest, not seeing a single player. He was doing one of these stories, wasn't trusted. Which is why, like what I was saying earlier, right? It should be a tailored thing. Like, you shouldn't change it too much, but it should be like a thing that will teach you how to go through the game without that, like, trying. Because the thing is, the game at the end of the day was designed to be an MMO, but like you don't have those MMO aspects at the beginning. So it's like they need to be able to like somehow make it so that you can get through that boring part while being able to learn the aspects, the those parts of the games. Learn the lessons that you would get from those games, those parts of the game, while having a more streamlined experience. So funny because Stoops used to say that a new player should go through the story from the beginning, and now his opinion's different. We need a story express 2.0 at the end of it. Yeah, I do think that the new player should go through the story experience, but they need to find a way to make it so that. Well, here's the thing, right? Like I said, it's hard because the story was designed as an MMO, and it's low. It's like weird, right? It's like if you think about you playing through the story, did you really group with people? I didn't. But it's just the idea of having people run around and being in that world with you changes the feeling and the dynamic. You did, I didn't. I don't. Most of my friends didn't either. What's this for? Oh, we're just talking about my video and like Loa and things like that. The feeling of seeing people running around adds a lot to the view. Yeah, it does. So it's like, I think what it is that maybe it's like, and this kind of goes against what I said earlier about trying to make the experience like similar to what it was on day one. But like, I think it's really hard in an MMO to do that because day one, like a big part of it is like, you know, having the people around you, right? It's like trying to make that experience more contained, I guess. And it sucks that you kind of had to scrap all that content that you made for level 1 to 50, but let's be real, nobody plays through that content anyways now, so it's basically scrapped. So it's like trying to find some way to make it a more condensed experience to where like it's easier to find other people. Because like there probably are new people playing the game every now and then, right? But it's just the world is so big that you never run into them. But like if you made the world smaller and shrunk it, you'd probably see more new people playing the game. Your stream is buffering? I think that's you, Cast Form. I do enjoy solo. I do enjoy solo games more if I have friends playing at the same time. So I guess it applies to new MMOs too. Yeah, the game being a live feeling. Exactly. The new player experience isn't streamlined after or through the campaign to be set up. They're never going to fix the game. It is what it is. I mean, you're exactly right. You are exactly right because I don't think it's as much of a problem in Korea as it is here. Now, granted, right? Here's the part that's always the case. And this is just human nature in general. People don't think about solving for problems that are coming in the future, but they solve for problems as they arrive, right? As you're going through it. But a lot of times with these types of games, when you start having these problems, it's a little bit too late already because people have already quitting the game by that time that happens. So it's like they're never going to fix it right now, but I think down the line, if Lost Ark in Korea ever gets to the place that it is now, or like if a game that's super popular in one region becomes unpopular, right? They're going to start facing those problems. Right, MO, please come out, and I hope it doesn't suck. I don't know. I think that my hope is that the Riot MMO doesn't suck, because literally the game director is willing to say, hey, our game sucks, so we're going to go bring it back to develop for another however many years, right? So I am feeling kind of confident that they're going to be making a really good product, because they don't seem to be, and it seems like they're not the type to just like try to push a product out. It's like, we won't push it out until we think it's good. GTA 6 comes out soon. I don't even know why we've been doing this without music this entire time. I'm not expecting any MMO in my lifetime. I mean, I think we just, it goes back to like the topic we were talking about at the beginning. Every MMO that comes out just sucks. Or like, it's like, even if it's super popular when it first comes out, right? Because like, there's a huge audience base of people who want to play MMOs. But whenever they get their hands on it, the population just plummets. So it's like, is it that MMOs are just not that popular anymore? Like, people think they want to because they think back to the good old days of like, you know, MMOs, right? Or like they hear about the good old days of MMOs and like, I want to experience that. But then when they get their hand on it, they're like, maybe this isn't what I wanted. Forest Gaming had a video about MMOs recently, brought up around how 2014 was the golden age of MMOs. Maybe we'll watch that. Sometimes I hop into fresh WoW private servers for a game version from 2009 or before, and it's always a fire 1 to 2 month playtime. Saw a video today based on his talk. Yeah, the Force Gaming video, right? Let's cue it up. Let's cue it up, right?
You know, if there's,
I know I was supposed to be reacting to my own video, but like, I don't know. We good night, Visa. Good night, chat. All right, good night. The conversation has kind of shifted from this already, right? We've already shifted away from like Loa specifics, and we're gonna talk about MMOs. Did I quit Lost Ark? No, I didn't. New Proof Super Hard saves him. Yeah. I mean, I agreed with a lot of the sentiments that Stoop said when he reacted to my video, right? But there are also a couple things that he kind of like added on to the side that made sense. And I think one of the things I do want to talk about is, before we move on to this, is like his point, right? Of like progression in Lost Ark is flipped backwards. Because right now, Soups looks like he's leaning in for the kiss. So right now in Lost Ark, right? How normally an MMO like curve should be in terms of like progression curve, right? How it should be in most cases, and this is how it is in most games, right? Progression is like this in most games. You go like speed, right? And then progression. It's like how fast you progress, right? usually it's like early game is very, very fast, right? But then at the end game, you start hitting a plateau, right? Oh, sorry. This is not a good thing. Speed of progress. Speed of progression, right? And then this is like time or something like that. Or like, level, right? It's like as you get higher level, it gets harder and harder to progress, right? It's usually like this, where at some point it plateaus. It's super, super fast, or it's like kind of like this, something like that, right? Where it's like early levels, it's pretty dang fast to progress, but you kind of hit this wall where it's like it starts getting slower and slower until you kind of plateau in like how long it takes to progress. Because at that point, you're kind of min-maxing, right? You're kind of trying to like min-max your gear, which is why it gets so hard to progress. It's like, man, it takes me like a month to get like 1% upgrade. That's because you're pretty much at the max. But like right now in Lost Ark, it's kind of like this, right? Well, you kind of just skip this whole part, right? You don't even start at there. You kind of start here ish, right? You kind of start in the middle, and then it's like pretty fast, and then you hit a wall. Like it's like you hit a wall very, very early on. And then it just doesn't really, it's like the parts where it should be like, how to say it? It's like, so basically it's like, let's say this is like, what is it? End game, right? This is like end game, right? And this is like min max, or, man, maybe I just need to draw this line better. It's like, I am so bad at this, guys. I'm sorry. It's like at some point, right? It's like this is like 16. You want it to be like this is where you start getting into endgame, right? This is where endgame starts. It's a lot harder to progress than early game, but it's still not terribly hard to progress. And this is like min-maxing, right? Where it gets super, super hard, but then, that's fine because you're min-maxing. This portion right here for Lost Ark is a little bit different. It's like super hard to progress here for Lost Ark, where it's like this is like 1640 to 1690, right? Where it's not even end game yet, and it just gets really hard for people to progress. Like it starts like here. It's like that. It's like normally you should be, this is the area where most people are. And then you should be still progressing relatively quickly, but just not like the same pace as the endgame. But it's like, it starts getting really hard here. Or it's like, it starts getting really, you can even think about it as like, it's supposed to like speed of progression, right? Maybe it's not speed of progression isn't like the right term. Because speed of progression is more of like money, right? Cost of progression. Right? And this is like levels. Where it's like, most games, it's like early on, it's pretty dang cheap. And then you get to this point where it's like, starts. Or it's like, most games like this, right? It's like to progress once you get to here, this is like 1690, right? This is where it starts getting exponentially harder. And then like, this is like 1640. But then with Lost Ark right now, it's like it starts getting hard at 1640. and 69 as opposed to 6090. Or maybe it's like this. Starts like the same, and then it just like curves up way sooner. Even like 1620, yeah. It's like, it's stupid that it starts getting so hard so early on, so that players just like can't progress through some of like the shit that should be like stuff you get through quickly, stuff that nobody does anymore. Oh, Yoda's run. And like, there's also something like motivation to spend too that Stoops was talking about, where I agree, because like he's saying like it's like you have all the motivation to spend here in between this zone, but it's like super expensive. But and then like after 6090, you have no motivation to spend. But in my opinion, right, the reason why you have no motivation to spend after 6090 or 1700 or whatever is because every upgrade at that point is just so exponentially expensive that you just don't want to spend the money, or like takes forever for you to spend the money or make money there. So yeah. So busing, it sounds lit. Yeah, it's like it just there's just the dead zone you hit was way too early, and then at the end game it's just too exponentially expensive to even think about progressing at that point. And Stu says like he doesn't want to progress after that point, but you know, in my opinion, the reason he doesn't want to progress, and most people don't want to progress after like 1690 or 1700, right? Because like all you can really progress on is like relic books, and those are just exponentially expensive to where like it's like I only have $600, and you're telling me it's going to cost me $590 to get in like a little tiny little upgrade, right? Like nobody wants to do that. Nobody fucking wants to do that. It's like they need to make it so that this period right here, right? Everything's just everything's cheaper. It's just like this period needs to be cheaper, but also even the end game just needs to be cheaper, because like, yeah, people don't want to set the goals that take forever. Exactly. It's like you set this goal, and that's why people RMT too, right? It's why people RMT, because progression is just absurdly difficult and takes an absurd amount of time for not much payoff. Because LA is a lot of people's first MMO are grinding. I mean, I agree MMOs should be grindy, right? But that's what I was talking about in the video of like tangible versus intangible progression. So what I mentioned in the video is that in Lost Ark, there's a lot of intangible progression. What I mean by that is that, let's say you're playing MapleStory. It can take you an entire day to get 5% EXP on your character. But the thing is, that EXP that you're getting is a very tangible increase. You can see I put in 16 hours of work to get that 5%, right? But the thing is, with Lost Ark, you could put in that 16 hours of work, but you could see 0 returns. You could hone and it'll fail, right? You could say you get pity stacks, but my thing is like, it's not tangible, because if you're leveling in a game, let's say you're playing MapleStory, you're trying to get to 100% EXP, right? If I ask you, how much EXP are you away from 100%? You could probably tell me how much EXP you're away from 100% off the top of your head. It's like, oh yeah, I grind to 30% today, I'm 70% off. But can you tell me how much pity percent each of your pieces of gear have right now without looking at the game? You cannot. And that's because the progression you get in Lost Ark is not tangible a lot of times. Exactly. It's like a carrot on a stick, right? You don't see the carrot. They don't give you the carrot to look at. Either that or the carrot's like super tiny. It's not tangible. You can't see it. And it's like, okay, I need to buy like, I'm progressing gold every week, right? To get towards my next relic book. But then like, what if the market like fluctuates and like gets like way more expensive the next week? You don't know if that is going to happen, right? What if, and then it's like, you could buy a relic book, but it's like, you don't see the payout of that relic book until 5 relic books later. Whereas in MapleStory, again, you can get every single monster you kill gives you a tangible piece of feedback, tangible piece of progression that you can see on your screen. That'll be like, the work that I did was all worth it because I got 5% today, as opposed to in a game like Lost Ark, where it's like, I could have done an entire week's worth and it could just go boom and I don't see any form of progression. You might have actually progressed because you get more pity or whatever. You might have 1 mastery book, but it's like, you don't really see that reflected on your character. It should be more linear. Yeah. I need to go. See ya. Always a pleasure watching the stream. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. People appreciate it. Sleep well. Do you know that doing all the T2 Guardians, Islands, and Tower gets you enough mass to teach T3 Unity Pity? That's interesting. Yeah, saw a problem. Their solution was busing RMT in their head, but making the problem was made bigger. I don't. It's like, yeah. That's what I wanted to talk about. It's like, at the end of the day, they need to make it, and the reason why it feels so bad at the end game is because it's just so expensive to get any type of anything. So it just, your progression is just so slow, and like, slow progression isn't terrible. The terrible part is when you're playing a game and you feel like you've wasted all your time, or like it doesn't feel like your time was, the effort you put in didn't give you the return that you should deserve. Yo, what's up, Moon Man? Yeah, okay. Let's watch this Force Gaming video. And then after this, let's go play some Holocure. A report is spending gold for millions of gold for 1 to 3% increase. Yeah.
There's one thing us MMO fans know all too well. It's disappointment. Frankly, looking back on the last decade of the genre, it's been mostly one letdown after another. We have had a few games stand out from the crowd and make a name for themselves for sure, but otherwise there have been far more failures than successes in this corner of the games industry.
Yep.
I think
Exactly what we were talking about tonight. Like, every single new MMO just plummets. No matter how popular it is at the beginning, just absolutely plummets.
mostly I'm just disappointed at how stagnant the genre has felt over these last like 10 or so years. So stagnant, in fact, that a bulk of the most popular MMOs today are the exact same ones that were the most popular 15 to 20 years ago.
Yep.
It's like nothing has changed and there's been little advancement, which just blows my mind if I'm being honest. The MMO genre was trucking along through the 90s and early 2000s. We saw quite a lot of diversity in these games with some great advancements from one to the next. Then of course, World of Warcraft hit the scene in 2004 and broke into the mainstream. Yes, sure, the general public vaguely knew about games like EverQuest prior to that, but that was mostly through news reportings about how evil the game was. But when WoW hit, MMOs finally like arrived into the public's consciousness as like a thing that people knew lots of other people enjoyed. The genre—
Dude, the craziest part, right, is that, like, I don't know. It's really interesting, right? Because I feel like a lot of Korean MMO players, and maybe I'm just projecting about myself, but I feel like a lot of Korean MMO players never played WoW. A lot of KMMO players never played WoW before. And maybe that's just me, but I think a lot of people never played WoW who played KMMOs. But at the same time, I always there's like a part of me, right? Because I never played WoW, that I always really like wish I could have been there. I wish I could have played WoW during its peak and like been a part of that experience. Yo, also J-Raw, how's it going, man? It's like back then, right? And even in Soups's like reaction today, he was like, "Yeah, back then, right?" He didn't even mention why. He's like, most people played like at the time. It was like RuneScape, MapleStory, or Ragnarok. Those were the MMOs that you played. And that was for me too. My world of MMOs was also those 3 MMOs. I didn't play WoW. I played RuneScape, I played MapleStory, and I didn't play Ragnarok until the end. But that was the other MMO there. It was a niche in Korea, but a big WoW scene for sure. Yeah.
Genre continued steaming forward from there. We saw quite a few MMOs released between 2004 and 2010. In fact, I still to this day remember those early to mid 2010s very fondly, when WoW was arguably at the time at its peak and everyone else was looking to grab a portion of that audience. We were getting several new MMOs every single year as a result. This was a great time for me.
There were so many MMOs. It's crazy to think about all like the really shitty MMOs that came out. Like, granted, I played a lot of those shitty MMOs and I had a good time, right? But it's like you look back on it, there were so many shitty MMOs, and there were so many like crap like anime MMORPGs that just like the most pay to win fucking garbage coming out of like Korea at the time. Just like, yeah, we're free to play MMO. You can just hop in and just play this, right? You hop in there, and it's like some like low poly, low res ass fucking shit with like the worst fucking trash RNG systems and whatever. It was just like, it was everywhere. It was just like you couldn't walk through the internet without finding an MMO. It was crazy. Fly FF and Rose? Yeah, no, I didn't play Rose. I played Fly FF, right? I played Fly FF. I played like Luna Online, Wonder King, Dragonica, Seal Online, Ace Online, fucking like, like Perfect World. Played like, I couldn't play Aeon because my computer would fucking die at the time. But it was like, had like some Dragon Gem fucking game, like fucking Lunia or some shit, Latail, like literally everything. There's so many MMOs around at the time. It was just insane.
Me personally, I mean, sure, all of these games were not bangers. I'm not looking back with rose-tinted glasses here. They weren't all great, and most of them didn't stick around, but there were a few gems in there that I thoroughly enjoyed. For example, in 2010, we had Dragon Nest and Vindictus.
Oh my god, I could not play either of these games. My computer would explode. And I was so excited for Dragon Nest, though. I remember me and my friend, I had this buddy who I played Ace Online with. His name was Espada, right? And we were just like talking about how we wanted to play Dragon Nest so much. And then when the game actually came out, I was like, I'm sorry, dude, I can't play this game. I can't run it. My computer is blowing up, right? So he ended up like playing the game by himself. And then like probably like a year later, right? He like messaged me on Facebook because I added on Facebook at the time. And he's like, yo, dude, how could you do this to me? You ditched me back in the day. I'm still playing this garbage game today, but you weren't here this entire time. Facebook, yeah. It's like, it was so funny. I just couldn't play it. I couldn't play Vindictus or Dragon Nest because my computer sucked. But I feel like Dragon Nest, a lot of people did enjoy that game a lot. They enjoyed the shit out of that game. And I do still regret not being able to play that game at its peak too. Always abandoning everyone. No. Not. It wasn't. It was on purpose. It wasn't on purpose.
Both games I had a lot of fun playing. Then in 2011, we saw the release of Rift, DCUO, Star Wars: The Old Republic, and Terra.
These were
played
some
most
classics.
of those as well. In 2012, we got Guild Wars 2, which is a game I still play to this day, as well as The Secret World, another game that really.
Okay, so here's the thing about Guild Wars 2. I remember Guild Wars 2 was like
the biggest MMO at the time. Or rather, so Guild Wars 1, right, was like a really popular MMO. And everybody was like, yo, Guild Wars 1 is such a good MMO, right? I never got into it because I never played it during its peak because it was a paid game. You had to buy Guild Wars. And me being a poor Asian kid with my family, they never bought me games. It was the same reason why I ended up playing MapleStory and not World of Warcraft, right? Playing RuneScape, not World of Warcraft, because I couldn't pay for the sub fee. And that's why I couldn't play Guild Wars, because I couldn't buy the box price. So what ended up happening was I heard Guild Wars 2 was coming out, and I was so excited. And all of my friends were like, yo, let's fucking jump into this game. Let's play Guild Wars. It'd be so good. I played it for like a week and kind of dropped it. I don't know why, considering you guys are saying like Guild Wars 2 was like one of the like best MMOs, or like, you know, one of the better MMOs. And, you know, Force Gaming himself says that he still plays it to this day. I don't know why I dropped off that game so hard. I really don't know. Was it just like not good on release? Because I don't remember. At launch, Guild Wars 2 was sus. I see. Guild Wars 1 was still the best MMO you ever played. Launch was terrible. Okay. But yeah, and it sucks that that's the case, right? And I feel like for me, I was so excited to play the game, and then I just never got to play the game that much. I bought it, I played it, but just never got that deep into it. I want to watch you play Cybertron 2077 if that's in the cards. Yeah, potentially, yeah. I don't really have too much to do. I don't have too much to do until Po 0.2 0.2.0 patch comes out. I was thinking about playing Mushy Game in 7 days, but we'll see. I feel like if MMO launches and 10 out of 10 players just won't stay. I mean, even if an MMO is 10 out of 10 launch, though, right? Like, technically Lost Ark was kind of like a 10 out of 10 launch, right? In many cases. Like, I mean, the game was really, really good. But then they kind of fucked it up along the lines with, like, Argos, right? It really did. But I still think that even if, like, they didn't fuck up all this time, I do think Lost Ark would probably be, like, a 50,000 player base game right now. Do you not remember when Ark used? Yeah, but the thing is, the player base still stuck around the entire time. They still played a ton. Like, in terms of the population itself, it was a 10 out of 10 game. 10 out of 10 launch. Yo, Irrepotence. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. And then people realize because rated too hard. Exactly. Like the launch itself didn't really have too much of an impact on how well the game did, is what I'm trying to say. I think the launch itself didn't have too much of an impact on how well the game did. I think like the biggest issue, like look at this, it's like 1.3. Yeah, it lost some people, right? It's gonna lose people over time. But like what happened was this was Argos, right? This was Argos. That's what happened. But like you can still have like a really, really good launch, but then like if you follow through kind of like rough, it could be really bad. Don't need to play like Lost Ark better if you have plenty of whales playing. I mean, I think there's still a lot of people who enjoy it. I left because I didn't want to do 3 weeks of Araya as well. A slight game of Vaulted? Yeah, for sure. Slight game of Vaulted, and I think a slight game of Vicus too, right? This Vaulted, right? And then actually no, this was Vicus. Never mind. This was Vicus. It didn't really gain anything. But yeah, I just think like no matter how good an MMO launch is, and I think even like New World was like a pretty decent launch, right? New World was a pretty decent launch, but like look at it today. I think, and that's kind of like what we're trying to discuss here, or like what Force Gaming is trying to discuss. I think at least that there just has like MMOs just aren't doing well. It's like weird. No matter how popular an MMO is, because like there's a huge, everybody wants a new MMO. Everybody wants a new MMO. And whenever that new MMO does come out, it just dies.
New World was ugly. That's why your friends didn't play it. But it was a successful launch. It was like 800,000 players or something like that. Plus the gold dupes exploit. Yeah, I mean there were problems, right? But like that's what I mean. Like it doesn't have to be like a 10 out of 10 launch. Like even if it is a 10 out of 10 launch, like one, I think companies fuck it up, but also two, like the thing is like I'm gonna be honest, right? Companies, there's always this thing where it's not about preventing mistakes from happening because mistakes will inevitably happen. It's about how you deal with those mistakes and recover from it. And I don't think a lot of times these companies have done a very good job of doing that. But at the same time, I also think that MMOs are just a niche game. It's a niche game type. And there's only a certain amount of people that actually enjoy MMOs. A lot of people get in on the hype of MMOs and want to play it because again, they think about like the nostalgia they had back in the day, / like hearing about WoW and like the big like cultural influence it had. But like when it comes down to the nitty gritty, I don't think most people are ready for the grind that MMOs have at the end game. Old player MMOs had players who were straight up merchants and never would have that in Loa. That's the thing. That's another thing, right? I don't know why Lost Ark has this like thing that's like a trade limit on equipment. I just don't understand. I understand that they don't want people merching and undercutting, selling shit, right? But what's wrong with that, in my opinion? Is there really anything wrong with buying low, selling high, and like trying to snipe accessories and stuff like that? I don't know. Is there anything wrong with it fundamentally? Honestly, MMO's biggest strengths is leveraging individual player narratives, like fulfilling functions like crafting, farming, raiding, exploring. Lost Ark's problem is the only viable gameplay is raiding, and raids are far from each other. Yeah, and I think that's why Lost Ark should be a seasonal game, but it's not. Lost Ark should be a seasonal game, like WoW is, like even like maybe I don't know if throwing liberties like that, but like WoW is, and like Final Fantasy 14, right? Like Poe is. Like Lost Ark should be a seasonal MMO that lets you stop playing the game when you're bored of the raids or when you've gotten all your equipment and your upgrades. But they just wouldn't do that. They just won't do that. Fee on tax or trade limits? Well, I mean, they could have the TPP on tax even with unlimited trades. Like, unlimited trades, though, prevents you from, like, that merching kind of, like community from coming. And also prevents, like, and here's the thing that I, like, and this is one of the things that I think makes, like, FOMO. Is it FOMO? Like, it's like, how do I say it? It's like, in other games, right? A lot of times when you come back, like, how do I say it? It's like, in other games, you could buy a piece of gear as a stopgap piece of gear, and then later on upgrade to a different piece of gear because you could just sell your old one for like the same price as you bought it, or pretty much the same price as you bought it, right? But in Lost Ark, because of the trade limit, every time you sell it, the value goes kind of lower. Granted, like your one trade isn't really that much, but like 2 trades with 0 trades left, that thing's worthless pretty much. Or like not worthless, but it's like worth way less than one with 2 or 1 trades. So it's like you can't really reliably buy like a piece of gear and hope to get near full value back for it later when you upgrade to a better piece of gear. So I don't know. What is this? IRL streamer in Japan was stabbed multiple times and killed broad daylight by a deranged fan on a live stream. What the fuck? Holy shit. That is creepy. That's scary. Well, I guess I'll never be an IRL streamer, guys.
Innovated and brought something fresh to the genre. 2013, we had Defiance. That was a lot of fun. Marvel Heroes, Neverwinter, which I absolutely loved, besides the cash shop. Then, of course, there was old school RuneScape, and then Final Fantasy XIV saw A Realm Reborn that year. And then in 2014, holy crap, what a year that was, with the Arcade beta, unarguably the best iteration of that game. There was
I never got to play Arcade. And again, I think it's because, what was it, 2014? I think my laptop couldn't handle it. Guys, I needed to stop being so poor. I need to be able to buy things. I need to be able to buy hardware. Bid Saber is Bale Streamer, yeah, people are crazy, yep. I was a poor college student. Like, how could you blame me? I bought a laptop for my 4 years of college.
was Elder Scrolls Online, which is another game that I still play every single year.
I
Black
couldn't get
Desert
into it.
Online, I was absolutely obsessed with for quite a while. And then both Firefall and Wildstar, both of which I also played a real lot. All of
Wait, I thought Firefall kind of flopped. Same with Wildstar. I wouldn't say those are like shining beacons of like good MMOs. I think Wildstar especially flopped real hard. But I think what was it? What did you say before?
in every single year. Black Desert Online.
Black Desert Online for sure. I think Black Desert Online was like really pay to win at the beginning too, so that kind of flopped real hard. But today I'd say Black Desert Online is like in a pretty good state. Wildstar got assassinated. It did. The thing is like and here's the thing, right? And this is why another reason why I don't think players are looking for hardcore MMOs, like hardcore rating, like Lost Ark, right? Like super hardcore rating. Like Wildstar was like that thing where they're like, this is gonna be the hardcore raids you're looking for from like classic World of Warcraft. We're bringing it back. This ain't your mom's MMO. This is going to be a hardcore MMO where raids and everything is gonna be difficult. And like people, just at the end of the day, right? I don't think. And Asmongold talks about this all the time, but classic WoW is actually a very easy MMO. The raids in classic WoW had like one mechanic to them. And it wasn't even actually that hard. So people didn't actually even want hard MMOs. I don't know. I never played classic WoW raids, but that according to Asmon, he says that classic WoW raids are like super easy. And there really was only one mechanic in every fight. Some fights at 2 mechs. All knowledge checks? Yeah, I mean, I guess, and if this all knowledge checks, right? It makes sense why WoW was hard back then. Because, like, we were in a world where we were a little bit less interconnected. And, like, information was not as readily as available, right? So it's like the difficulty of the raids didn't come from execution. It was from, like, knowing what to do in the raids. Whereas when Wildstar was out, right? Or when they brought in Wildstar, I think it wasn't as much of that. It was more of like, this raid is actually fucking difficult. And that's one of the reasons why it's flopped, right? And again, my argument for why, one of the reasons why Lost Ark doesn't do that well, especially in the West, because people in the West suck at, like, they don't like hard games.
Both of which I also played a real lot. All of that in a single year, 2014, man. That was a jam-packed 12 months of new MMOs. Let me tell you, I had a blast. And I recall during those years just being so excited at the steps and evolutions that these games were taking. And I just assumed back then that this trend would continue going forward. And like 5 or 10 years down the road, we would continue getting more new, interesting twists, takes, and advancements on the genre. Sure, I expected many of them would flop, as many prior had. I figured a few would stick around, right? Right? But no, that's not what happened. There has been a handful of new MMOs in like the past decade that have done decently well, but most of them have.
Oh, Albion Online is actually an example of an MMO that's doing well, right? I think they've actually been going up in player base as well. Maybe I feel like I should give this game another chance one of these days. I don't know.
Like, we got Albion Online that launched in 2017, and that's actually still going quite strong. It's a contender in the top 10 of this genre. But beyond that, I mean, I guess in 2021 we had New World, which showed a lot of potential, and it was fun for about a week or two. And then in 2022, yeah, we got Lost Ark, which was also fun for about a week or two,
Rest
up
in
until you hit the
pepperonis,
pay to wall that
07.
kicked in at Endgame. And I mean, that's kind of everything. It literally, like, there's 3 new MMOs that are even remotely noteworthy over the course of these past 10 years. So yeah, I'm a bit disappointed, to say the least. And when I look at the next decade of upcoming
Maybe I should try
MMOs, at least
BDO.
the ones that we know
I've played
about
it
that are
before.
currently in development, I gotta be honest, I'm seeing a lot of games here that are unlikely to break this trend. But there are some that have me at least a little hopeful, and that is what I want to focus on for the rest of this video. Enough of the doom and gloom. Let's talk about the MMOs that I think have
But
the
I love
best
dooming.
chance of actual success and
love
any
dooming.
longevity, at least for me
Lost Ark
personally,
players
but
love
also
Doom.
like thinking about mainstream. Are any of these games in the next 10 years gonna get into that top 10 list of the most popular MMOs being played by a wider audience? We'll see. Just a heads up though, this list is fairly short in terms of the number of games. Okay, so let's start off with the traditional MMORPGs. These are games that are more or less following the gold standard of the genre compared to the MMO lights or the shared world games.
I'm gonna be honest though. I don't know if the gold standard works anymore. I really don't. We've had this conversation this entire night. I just don't think the gold standard works anymore. I think the traditional MMO is dead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It really just is. I saw TNL video. What's the gold standard? Like more of like a traditional MMORPG, I guess. That's like open world, huge open world, sandbox, and like, you know, all that.
Some of which we will discuss. But as for the traditional MMOs, we're talking the bigger open worlds with many players visible at any given time in each of the zones, with the
Yeah.
regular questing, the dungeons, the raids, etc., the whole shebang. What are the ones I'm excited about in this category? First up is Ashes of Creation. And let me just say this up front, I am far from one of the extreme fanatics for this game. I know
Pirate
a lot of
Software?
the people in the YouTube MMO creator space have been singing its praises from the ramparts, claiming that Ashes is going to usher in the next generation of MMOs. I don't think that's the case at all. In fact, I doubt, if I'm being honest, that this game is not, let alone going to be the savior of the genre. I'm fairly confident it's not even going to break into the mainstream. If it does,
Damn, not even gonna break into the mainstream. Holy. I mean, I'll be honest. I can't say I don't agree with him. I think like there's a lot of aspects where it's like, I think there's like a lot of expectation from this, right? Actually, I think it's mixed. But I think like any game that has just like open world PvP where people just like fucking get ganked out of nowhere and shit like that, could like it definitely caters to a certain audience. And I think like if you want to go mainstream, you can't cater to that audience, unfortunately. Ooh, dog, this mana gem. They were all excited to flop at this point. Yeah, it's looking rough. It's looking rough.
does see success, which I think it could, it'll likely be with a more hardcore audience. Now that said,
Yep,
I can't
exactly what
deny
I said.
finding elements of this game very appealing personally, and I think there's definitely going to be some fun to be had, and I'm looking forward to it. A lot of this is due to the fact that this game is pulling direct inspiration from the likes of ArcAge, which in my opinion had one of the all-time best open world PvP sandboxy play spaces I've ever seen. I
Man.
just loved so much about ArcAge when I played it in its alpha early beta that any game even remotely modeled after it piques my interest. So development of Ashes of Creation has admittedly been on the slow side. We are now 7 years since the launch of the Ashes Kickstarter, with no full 1.0 release date anywhere in the foreseeable future. They are nevertheless making strides in their progress though. As you might recall, the game is currently in public alpha testing at this moment. If you're willing to drop the $100+ you could start playing immediately. And while what is currently being tested is a shell of what they are promising for the game's final version, there's still somewhat of a game here to experience. Now, you can fairly easily find some in-depth coverage of the ongoing alpha, thanks to there being quite a few dedicated YouTube channels out there. And from the bits that I've seen of various videos,
07 Narc. 07 Narc. Does he even cover it anymore? I don't think he does, right? After that whole like debacle, I think he's just done, right? $100 a playtest, yep. You know, back in the day, playtesting was like something that was like, I don't know, It was like a title. It was a badge of honor. Now you just pay for it. Drop the YouTube link? Alright.
Videos from different creators. There is definitely something appealing here for me. Now, I did briefly play an early alpha. This was a few years ago, like 3 or 4 years
Sora,
ago.
my beta
And I had a
tester.
fun enough time
Got
with it, and the
beaters.
game is looking much better now than it did back then. So yes, I'm looking forward to this. Although again, I will add, there is still a ways to go. My honest to God educated guess here is that we will not see a full 1.0 launch until like 2028 at the earliest. And I would consider that an aggressively positive estimate. I'd say 2030 is, and that ballpark is more likely.
5
Although I
years.
will add that people following the game's development much closer than I have said that my projected timeline is way off, and maybe so. Check back in 3 years.
Hey, you know what? Still sooner than Ride MMO. That's all I'm gonna say. Still sooner than Ride MMO. I can't wait until this game flops, and then people are gonna be like, "Don't worry, guys. Ride MMO will save the genre. Ride MMO got us." Single player games is where it's at right now. I agree. Single player games are having like a renaissance, especially like the Chinese ones. Sooner than Star Citizen.
We'll see where we're at that point. Either way, whenever this game releases, I will absolutely be checking it out, whether or not it has the potential to break into the mainstream, which I don't think it does. Regardless, I am looking forward to it personally, and hopefully it lives up to the hype that's been building over the course of these past 7 years. Next on my list is ArcAge Chronicles. Now, this one is actually slated to launch in the not too distant future. I am pumped for that. There's a closed beta test planned for later in this year, and the full release is scheduled for the first half of 2026. Now, the TLDR
That's not
of this
bad.
game is that it is a new spin on ArcAge, although how much of the original game's DNA remains, we'll have to see. We do know
I heard, so I never played ArcAge, right? And I've heard so many good things about it, but I've also heard so many bad things about it. And what I've heard that's been really bad about the game are the publishing situation. I think it might have been like pay to win / publishing, all that stuff. Like the monetization being really bad, but like the game, it's a very much a Lost Ark situation where the game itself was pretty good, but then like, you know, the publisher was really bad. BG3 was a game that made me have an epiphany of the joy of playing a single player game for 400 hours and enjoying every moment of it. It had pay to win crafting. I see. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? I just heard it was like really bad. Also, they had like some weird thing with it, like I think they like swapped publishers some way through, right? Like, I think like Tryon Worlds was publishing it at some point, but then like it was also published by like another company at some point, and like that whole handling of that was not very good. So it's like there was like a lot of shit that just went wrong. And there was like the land plots or something like that there were a lot of issues with. Like it just sounds like the game itself, while like the core of it was really good, but there were like a lot of aspects around it that weren't the game itself that just made it really bad.
that there are a few big changes for starters. So the combat is now action, replacing the original's tab target. The developer has stated that their goal here is to deliver combat that
it looks
rivals
good.
that of single-player action games in terms of its responsiveness and the gameplay feel. There's going to
Yeah,
be a
that's not
larger
gonna happen.
focus on
That's not gonna
PvE
happen.
content. In particular, it looks like we'll be getting
that's
much
good.
more in the way of traditional MMO dungeons and raids, which the first game did have some of, but it was far from the focus. They're also putting less emphasis on the open world PvP, with instance PvP
Okay, that's
taking
good.
priority.
That's
And we
good.
know that housing is no longer going to be fully open world. Instead, they'll be going with instance player houses in specific areas, which
Yeah,
means no
thank
more
goodness.
land grab at the
No
fresh
more
start of
land
servers,
grabs.
which may actually be a positive change. Now, beyond those things, it does appear that at least some portion of what I loved about the original ArcAge is going to be present. We're going to have the fully seamless open world. There'll be the variety of traversal options with gliders, boats, and scheduled carts that take you from one place to the next. There will be trade pack runs and caravans, which brings a whole lot of interesting gameplay, and while not emphasized, it does look like there will at least be some areas that have open world PvP. The things that we're still unsure of include whether or not they're going to have the similar crime and trial system where you can commit crimes like stealing other players' crops, and if you get caught, could be thrown in jail and brought before a jury
That's
of
kinda
other
cool.
players. If they're going to use
Sounds
a
cool.
similar class system where you select from multiple trees, each based on traditional RPG roles and playstyles, with correspondingly themed skills like there's a tank tree, a brawler, a rogue, a ranger, a healer, etc. And then you pick the 3 you want, and that 3 combination determines your class. In total, that original game had 220 potential combinations and individually named classes, which
That's
was
kinda
really
sick.
cool. And we also are unsure
really
of whether or
sick.
not they're going to have any of the original game's sandbox elements, like the fact that you can plant trees, herbs, and other crops literally anywhere in the world, and then like tend to it and watch it grow and then harvest it when it's ready, which was really cool. Now, however any of those specifics shake out,
Meanwhile,
I am
PoE.
nevertheless hopeful for this game, with the main caveat that I expect monetization to not be great.
Yes. And oh my god, that's why I will never, ever, ever anymore put hope in a Korean MMO. I'm sorry, guys. I will never, ever anymore just be like, guys, this is going to be the next big thing. This MMO is going to be like the next best thing. Like, you guys don't understand. Like, it does so well in Korea. Like, just looking at it, the players love it. It's so amazing. Like, I will never put my faith in it ever again. Again, I personally, like I said in my video, don't mind pay to win at all. I don't care if you fucking put in $100,000 of your paychecks, your fucking savings, your life savings, right? And get like the strongest character in the game. I don't care. You can do that all you want. But the problem is that modern pay to win usually also comes with the fact that like in Korean games, like there's just so much bullshit systems, so much RNG, so much garbage bloat that goes into it to make people want to pay to win. It's like they got like all the psychologists just like, you know, writing down like, let's see, if we put it this way, we're gonna get 5% more payments from people. We might lose 2% of the players, but like there's just so much of this bullshit that goes on in modern like Korean MMOs that like I just can't put my faith in them anymore. I just can't. I'll give it a shot, right? I'll be a fucking dumbass and be a fucking cocksucker and try playing it, and I'm probably gonna enjoy the shit out of it for the first month. But then, like, I need to be like, you know, okay, we gotta be smarter. We gotta look. We gotta see deeper into the future, and like actually look at the roots and not get like in this honeymoon phase and just think that it's like, oh my god, they're gonna totally fix these problems and shit. Like, it's just not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. Just do what PoE does with an MTX shop that's actually good and not predatory. Yeah, I agree. But most of these MMOs don't, because it's just not like the Korean MMOs don't think about that. Because Korean culture isn't like that, for one. Like, they don't care about it as much. But two, like, they're just, you know, trying to crunch those numbers min-max. Min-max, man. Yep, shit eaters. Seeing Lost Ark for reach top 4 in gross income on Steam after it reached a new cash grab bundle, gotta blame the community. I mean, at some point, yes. I think so. I agree. For the first 8K hours, value of whaling depreciates with the player population 2. KR games are doomed in the West. Literal loot goblins for KR Corporal. Yeah. That's why I just can't. I don't know. I'm just so skeptical about KR MMOs now. Like, I'm back in the day, I was a little bit more. I wasn't. Maybe it's just because, like, I don't know. I never got into like the community of MMOs that deep, as deep as I did now, because I'm a content creator, right? Like, back then, I was just in my little bubble and I didn't care about what the rest of the community felt, and I just kind of stopped playing it when I got bored of it, right? It wasn't because of like the monetization, it wasn't because of any of these things, but like because I'm like streaming now and because I'm like doing all these things, I'm like ingrained in the communities, and as a result, I see like what this shit does to the community, and like, yeah,
It's never good playing a game that's dying. Bright-eyed, bushy-tail. Yep.
I'm hoping at best in this regard that they avoid selling power or convenience and just keep it to cosmetics. Although
Nope,
I'm really
not
not
happening.
holding my breath.
Not happening.
We may very well, at the very least, get convenience sales, if not
Yep,
outright
100%.
power. Either way, the trailers have been enticing. A new iteration of ArcAge is something I'm looking forward to. I will definitely give this game a go. And also on the plus side, it's coming out somewhat soon, which is great. Moving on to the third and final of the traditional MMORPGs on my list is Chrono Odyssey, which as of today is scheduled to release very soon. They've got closed beta testing planned to take place in the next couple of months here, with a full release scheduled for Q4 of this year. That is right. We should be playing this in 2025. Apparently.
Is this Korean? This looks Korean. Is this Korean? If you guys say yes, I'm skipping. Yes,
Apparently.
Right,
now, Chrono Odyssey is
let's get the fuck out of here.
Open world MMO. The game's gonna have real-time action combat with all of the basic attack, defense, and dodge mechanics. It's also gonna have weapon swapping, which I know can be quite divisive. A lot of people hate this. I don't mind it so much. But one interesting note here is that not only will this weapon swapping mean changing your skill bars, but apparently they're gonna let you alternate holding weapons in one or both hands, kind of along the lines of how it works. I mean,
again, it looks so
good.
good.
You can alternate from
it looks so
having
good.
it in one hand or wielding it in both hands, and then having one hand in an offhand, which sounds like it could be really cool. They've got 6 confirmed classes, each come with 2 weapon specializations. There's the swordsman, the paladin, the sorcerer, the berserker, the assassin, and the ranger. They also have a rather unique mechanic where every character has access to this ability called the Chronotector. This allows you to freeze time, rewind events, and even explore other timelines. Now, they've not really provided specifics as to how this is going to be implemented in game, but it's probably going to be along the lines of like time rewind, how it works for mages in WoW, where you can go back 5 or so seconds to the literal character position, health, and mana that you had at the time. Or maybe they're gonna have like a sphere of influence where there's this bubble area in which time goes backwards or projectiles get slowed. I don't know. We'll see how it works. Beyond those things, we also know that Chrono Odyssey is going to feature an open world with seamless exploration between zones.
Guys, you know, I think I know what it is. We need China to come in and make an MMO. We need a China MMO to come in and steal all my data, but make me very, very happy about playing it. Fuck grindy. Let's do. Well, the thing is, I feel like at least like they have made some like. The thing is, like, I think they have kind of adapted their, I guess, the way that they've made games and made it for more of a Western audience as of late. That's what I feel recently. Because, like, they have opportunities with these games that they're making to make them predatory, but they don't. Even because you can even make single-player games predatory. You really can. There's one China MMO that's only available in China right now. Well, that's the difference, right? If it's only available in China, 100% that shit's going to be pay to win as fuck. But if they decide they want to take it beyond China to global, I think there is a real chance that that shit fucking slaps. Also be good to my Skyrim character. Marvel Rivals is a big shot. Exactly, right? Marvel Rivals is a perfect example. Now, granted, there is a difference between Hong Kong and mainland China, I feel, in my opinion. But if they come in and go for an MMO, I really think with their recent track record of making games, they could fucking knock it out of the park. Because, like, again, I look at these Korean MMOs, right? And they all look so good. All the Korean MMOs look so good. I don't know why Western companies cannot make an MMO that does not look like dog shit. Like, I don't know why. I don't understand why all the Korean MMOs, even from 10 years ago, look way better than any Western MMO as of late. I don't remember what the Western MMOs are, but all I know is they all kind of look garbo. Like, I don't understand. I just don't understand. I'm gonna sound like a nitpicky asshole saying this, but this guy making a WoW reference to spell doesn't exist anymore, but giving the wrong name makes me think he doesn't do that good research. I don't know. I feel like Force Gaming is usually pretty good. But maybe he just hasn't played WoW in a while, you know? Western companies know that shit will flop after a month and we care more about profits. Why would any studio put so much effort in MMO and make 10% of the money that Gacha Genshin generate? Yeah, I mean, I guess. But if that's the case, then nobody would make anything other than a gacha game. But people still do, right? Like, it's not like Black Myth Wukong can pull in more money than Genshin. Like, it might be really good and a lot of people loved it, right? But it's not going to pull more money than Genshin and Honkai Star Rail, but they still made it. Sometimes it's just about, you know, making a good game. Time to start pallying. Oh my god, bro, that's what I'm saying. Why can't they make a good looking, good feeling MMO here in the West? It's like they're just like, yeah, you know, we have systems that are friendly for the Western players, but they're just all going to be like, the game itself is just going to be shit. It's going to be shit. This is your savior, Chrono Odyssey. Well, we were just looking at that. Chrono Odyssey is a Korean game. It's a Korea game. It's going to be pay to win as fuck, 100%. The World of Jade Dynasty. Oh, I do remember that, but I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I don't like the aesthetic.
Unreal Engine 5.5. This might be us, chat. What?
Actually, is this the one that I watched him play?
Look
Oh,
at this. Yo, the sun setting is gorgeous.
yeah. I didn't really like the aesthetic
Yeah,
as much in
it's
this, but
actually
again, it might be
bright.
good.
Is that flashbanging you guys too? As gorgeous as this game looks, the running animations are a little bit off. It's not as bad as like Ashes of Creation. The running animations a little
We'll
off.
see. This might be okay. I'll get hype over Unreal Engine 5. We'll see. Well, it's just like either way, right? I think in general, Korean MMOs just like look and feel so much better to play than the fucking Western MMOs. It's just it's just night and day. It really is. But then the Korean MMOs all have the fucking shitty ass monetization models. If only like Korea and America can have like a love child of like, you know, a development studio. Just like have like some mad passionate love, make some mad passionate love and just burst out like an MMO baby. It's like the aesthetics and feel and everything of like a Korean MMO, but like the monetization and like the Western kind of mindset for how to run a game. Like, I don't know. We do want the anime booba. That's a big part of it. Big part of it. Like 2 big parts of it.
They've got a weather and dynamic seasons that will take place. There will be open field events that they say hundreds of players can participate in. We'll also have world bosses, random procedurally generated dungeons, and large-scale realm versus realm battles, which is another way to say big group PvP. So the trailers that they've released look good, although they're clearly not representative of actual gameplay, right? I mean, this is not real gameplay here. Although again, it is a fairly decent looking and sounding traditional MMO, and it is coming out soon. I will say though, similar to Arcade Chronicles, I'm basically expecting the worst when it comes to monetization here, though I would love to be surprised. I'm not expecting to be. Still, either way, I'm looking forward to kicking the tires.
God damn, that's a badass pitch right there.
Around the block. Best I hope for is that it's fun for at least a few weeks to a month. Now, in terms of traditional MMOs currently in development that we know of and are going to be launching anytime soon, that basically does it. Like those are the three that I'm actually excited for. However, there are a few MMO lights that I'm also quite keen on, and I think deserve a mention here. Soulframe. This is the next game from Warframe developer Digital Extremes.
I'm looking forward to this one.
And although bare bones in its current
this is actually one that I would say does look good. It looks like it plays well and like, you know, could be potentially decent. Western developer too. And Digital Extremes has a good track record. Digital Extremes has a good track record. Got a key for you? Maybe. But not being able to stream is kind of tough. Looks like Skyrim modded combat. I mean, but Skyrim combat's not that bad. I'm gonna be honest. Warframe Mastery Sales? Yeah. It's still a very good game. Digital Extreme is good. I play Warframe since like the beta. Well, I mean, I stopped playing it now, but I started playing Warframe since the beta, and I think I played it all the way up until 2013, 2014. So that's like a good 2-3 years of playing, something like that. I don't remember. But yeah, it was a good game.
implementation, I quite enjoyed it. The TLDR here is that Soulframe is like the inverse of Warframe in terms of its setting, its world, and its combat pacing. So this is a third-person fantasy action combat game. You go around fighting enemies, completing events, solving puzzles, and collecting loot. All of this is set in a world where nature has been corrupted by this evil force. You got to fight the force back. It's basically like a bunch of aliens came down and they're polluting everywhere, and you got to push back the pollution. That's the general gist of it. Now, the early version of the game that I played, which was referred to as the Preludes testing period, it's divided into two primary sections. You've got the world at the top level, which is an open world made up of different static points of interest with roaming enemies and camps all over the place, along with the Undercity, which are these underground, subterranean, procedurally generated dungeons.
Is TFD still alive? It is, but I hear it's kind of not in a great place. I don't know. Maybe. DD is born as well. Yeah, I heard it's not as great recently. I've heard it's kind of fell off pretty hard since the beginning. Good for 6+ hours. The thing is, like, I haven't seen anybody else post content about it, which is why I thought it was NDA'd, but I don't know, because it seems like a big title. Less player than Loa. Oh.
Dungeons. And the game has you bouncing between these two areas. You're going to spend some time moving around the open world, visiting points of interest, fighting groups of enemies, collecting loot, and doing objectives, after which you're eventually directed into one of several underground dungeon entrances. You go in, you move through its various hallways, which are placed together procedurally, clearing enemies, solving the occasional puzzle, collecting loot, and then eventually you find your way to the exit, emerging back into the open world. Rinse and repeat, like that is the core loop of the game. Open world exploration, doing stuff, go into a dungeon, move through the procedural place rooms and hallways,
Skyrim, to be honest.
Leave back into the open world, and up and down you go. You do this over and over and over again, with the primary motivation being power progression, as doing the aforementioned activities grants you experience, leveling up your character, your class, and your weapons, while you also accumulate resources and currency that are used for crafting new weapons and armor. That open world, come release, by the way, is going to be a shared space, from what I gather, where you will see other people running around.
Sounds like Diablo.
From what I understand, this should be along the lines of what they do in games like Destiny, where you will inhabit instances of these open world zones, and other players will be coming and going. And then, of course, you can group up with people, you can invite your friends, but yeah, you'll see other people in this shared play space. And that's basically the gist of it.
I don't know. I feel like it's too traditional of a format that... It just feels very traditional. And like we were discussing, I don't think traditional works anymore. Dungeons and puzzles. Mecha MMORPG. Yeah, that'll be great. Fucking Mecha Break, but MMORPG. Sure, I'm down. This shit won't be famous among Gen Z. It definitely will not. This looks like an old man's game. This looked like if, like, I don't know. Basically, like, I feel like Soulframe looks like a game that, like, will be popular amongst men who are, like, balding / like, white hairs all over their chin. That type of, like, you know, that type of audience is what I would expect this game to be popular with.
Even just this early iteration, I really like. I love the
out.
world. The lighting and environments look great. There's a lot of cool puzzles and secret rooms and mini games. NPCs in the game have a ton of character. I liked all of them, but my favorites were probably Verminia, the blacksmith, and then this little sprout creature, which is super cute. There are some early concerns, the number one of which is probably the combat. Definitely still needs a lot of work. It's quite floaty. It doesn't have a lot of impact to it. Enemies barely react half the time that you hit them, so they need to really hone in and focus on improving this. The game was also incredibly easy with almost no challenge whatsoever. Pretty much everything was face roll, and there wasn't a ton of content, but you know, it's a pre-alpha build that I was playing, so I wasn't expecting that. That said, it's still very early days, and as a baseline, I really like this. I'm not even sure if they're going to be entering early access this year, but whenever this comes out, I am playing it 1000%.
I mean, I'll try
I already
it for sure.
really enjoy the basic skeletal framework they have. I can't wait to see them flesh it out even more. Dune Awakening. I have talked about this game a lot, maybe too much, but I don't care because despite any early concerns, I can't wait to play this. As a big
Yo, WC Vibes. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, man.
fan of both survival games and MMOs, this is just right in my wheelhouse. And even if the combat is a janky mess like it might be, and the servers are a total disaster as they probably will be, I'll be playing the hell out of this game when it comes out regardless. In fact, I'm so pumped. I can't believe
I think it's
just a
based on
couple
the
months
movie.
away.
Yeah.
Now, if you somehow haven't seen any of my prior coverage, I will give you a basic rundown, but there are timestamps below if you are sick and tired of hearing me talk about this game. I totally understand, all right? So Dune Awakening. This is an open world sandbox survival crafting MMO. It's being developed by Funcom. They are quite clearly and admittedly...
I don't know about that one, boys. I've heard some not so great news about those guys. Ooh. All I see are dudes. Yeah, not interested. We need, this is again, the Western MMOs. Not enough booba. Not enough booba.
Building upon the foundation they laid with their prior survival game Conan Exiles, but new, improved, more MMO with more shared world spaces, specifically in the endgame, and obviously also set in the Dune universe. As for specifics, notable information includes the game's gonna have all of the basic survival crafting features and systems.
Like, who wants to play as this guy? Tell me. Do you guys want to seriously play as this guy? I don't. I have zero desire to play as this guy. Maybe if you add, like, you know, some big old anime titties or something like that, you know, pull his hair down a little bit longer, make it a little small, like slender, you know, maybe if you change it up a little bit that way, like, you know, I might want to play a little bit more, but right now, not really. Base, J-Ra, base. No, I didn't mean to swallow. Like, oh my god. J-Ra.
You'll gather resources, make items, build a base, craft gear, get stronger, go explore enemy camps, and engage in PvP. That is the foundation. The explorable space consists of these two separate massive open zone regions. The first one, called Haga Basin, said to be larger than the entirety of their prior game, Conan Exiles, with some...
Like, look, who wants to play as a bald... Actually, I play as a fucking bald dude in Monster Hunter, but still... Who wants to play as a bald dude like this? Little Kratos looking at ass.
Somewhere around 100 hours worth of content to play through just in that one region. And then after that, when you progress into the end game, it's going to have you moving into the deep desert. And this is where all the late game progression comes into play, as well as the large scale PvP. In terms of the type of stuff that you're going to do in the open world, they've got a variety of points of interest, public events, and content types. There's enemy strongholds, which are large, elaborate bases.
You know what this reminds me of? I don't know why. This game is reminding me of Planet Side. I think it was like Planet Side 2 was the recent one, right? I think also WoW put out a great game where the co-op feels so good. It almost feels like an MMORPG. Yeah, no, it's such a good game. Such a good game. Yeah, this I don't know if any of you guys played Planet Side back in the day, but this kind of gives me similar vibes and feels. Even like down to like the aesthetics.
Camps, ruins, and such, full of enemy NPCs. You go in, you clear them out, you collect loot and resources. There are the desert testing stations, which is their take on public dungeons. These areas are mostly underground and can come in a variety of different biome types. These will be full of enemies, and some of which will also have a boss encounter at the end, although they have been clear that these aren't like traditional MMO dungeons, and they're more akin to something like shelters in Fallout or the dungeons in Skyrim. There's going to be a lot of narrative in.
So basically like the First Descendant. This sounds very TFD-esque. This seems kind of TFD-esque.
Here, you're going to find things like data pads and audio logs giving you detailed lore background to that area. And the bosses are just going to be like tougher variations of basic enemies rather than like bosses in a World of Warcraft dungeon, for example. We've got events such as these crash ships where you're going to see a ship falling from the sky, crashing onto the planet. If you go over there, you can scavenge for its resources. There's this police force at night where the security ships will scan the planet looking for players. If you get spotted, they call troops to your location. There's the sandworm, which which is an ever-present threat. If you spend too much time on the sand, if you make too much vibration, the worm's gonna get summoned forward and chase you around, and it will kill you if it catches up to you. They got player hubs with these major towns that are full of vendors, quest NPCs, other players, as well as a marketplace where you can buy and sell items. And then the end game is that region of the deep desert, which is this massive expansive zone made up mostly of sand, but with rock islands dotted all throughout. Guilds of players will be headed here in search of large quantities of spice, which is a main resource and currency for the endgame crafting and progression. And then in that region is where this large-scale PvP conflict will take place. What they have referred to as combined arms, which is like sort of like a battlefield or planet-side experience where you've got tons of players all mixed in a variety of combat with ranged and melee weapons. There will be ground and air vehicles, artillery, that whole thing, just big scale chaos. Again, think battlefield or planet-side. That's what they're saying they're going to deliver on with the big group PvP in the end game. And that is the basic rundown of the game's combat and features. Now, like I said, survival game plus MMO in a shared world, two of my favorite genres smashed into one. I'm just so pumped for this. Now, if you hated Conan Exiles, if you think that is a garbage game, you're probably best on avoiding this. But for me, I'm really excited to dive in. Also, this is like the only game on this in this video with a set release date, as Dune Awakening is set to launch in May 20th, 2025. I'll be playing it soon. Maybe I'll see you there. Another MMO light that I wanted to talk about, and I'll admit that I might be pushing the boundaries, including this here, but I want to mention Light No Fire. Yeah, here's the thing. They're promising a massive, true-to-life, real-world size planet in a fantasy setting with other players inhabiting that same space, which is all very cool in theory. Of course, this comes with a disclaimer that, hey, Hello Games' last title did not fully deliver on all of their pre-release promises, but also they've got over 7 years of consistent free updates that they've added to that game to the point where it is widely considered quite good. No Man's Sky is one of those titles that's like quietly super popular with a large dedicated...
Oh wait, is this made by No Man's Sky people? I mean, he said that's not really like that MMO-y, so I don't know. But I mean, if it's made by No Man's Sky people, I don't know. It seems like it's worth playing. Yozo Elf, how's it going, man? If it's anything like No Man's Sky, it has nothing to do with the MMO genre. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be MMO. It doesn't seem like it's an MMO. Like he said, it's like pushing it. But like, if it's No Man's Sky-esque, right, or made by the people named No Man's Sky, I think it's at least worth a checkout, like, and playing. Probably not going to give you the MMO feels and the MMO vibes, right? It's not going to scratch the same itch, but I think it'll be a good game. Might be the only good game on the list.
Fan base, and they seem to be doing very well for themselves. So as for details here about Light No Fire, they said it's more ambitious than No Man's Sky, despite taking place on a single planet. Their goal is to deliver a lot.
Oh god, that actually does not give me good vibes. I mean, we all know what happened with No Man's Sky, right? The beginning, it was like, the game to end all games. This is gonna be the biggest game ever. And then it kind of ended up shit. Like, granted, they fixed it. They made it a lot better, right? But, like, if they say it's gonna be more ambitious than No Man's Sky, I hope that they have taken all their lessons that they've learned and are going to make a good game. Where is the Earth simulators? See if we segregate the population on a new... Oh my god.
More depth and detail in that explorable space and say it should feel less shallow. They claim to have built a game that is Earth-sized, an entire planet with a lot of various places to visit, mile-high mountains from on the top of which you're going to see rivers, canyons, oceans, and continents beyond, all of which can be traversed to and explored. Sean called Light No Fire the first, quote, real open world, something without boundaries, with us getting some glimpses of that in the trailer. It was also said...
That's always the thing. You see that mountain there? You can go there. Like, that's always been like the open world promise. Like, oh, it's a no mountain. I don't know, man. There's been so many of this like buzzword, like fucking bullshit that's like happened over the years that I just don't believe it anymore. I'll believe it when I see it type of situation. You know, New World's like, exactly. It's like, I'll believe it when I see it, man. It's so many like empty promises over the years that's like exaggerated to make like, you know, the game sound amazing, sell well initially. You go in there, it's a fucking empty husk. Fucking, I don't know, man. People too corporate, exactly.
that they're going to let everyone play together, alluding to this being a big shared space. But because it's so big, you're not actually likely to see everybody. You will come across other people. Now, they also promised that in No Man's Sky and weren't able to deliver on it at launch, but it is now the case that you regularly see other people in that game. So I'm fairly confident that they are actually going to do what they say they're doing here. And then finally, they say they want to bring the depth of a role-playing game to the freedom of a survival sandbox with Light No Fire. And while the focus of the reveal centers on the scope of the planet, the final game is going to have a lot more traditional RPG features with character creation, going through a sprawling fantasy story, a lot of gear and progression systems, a large variety of enemies, bosses, and so on. Now, I know I'm not alone in thinking this could be something special. I think probably my biggest hope, though, is that they can really have a lot more depth and way more interesting combat than No Man's Sky had. And if they can deliver on that in this fantasy shared world that they're pitching, I mean, it could be unreal. Now, Light No Fire doesn't have a release date at the moment, maybe late 2025, but I'm guessing it'll be sometime in 2026 at the earliest. Now, beyond those games, reality is at the moment, my largest hope for a new great, like traditional MMORPG mostly comes from games that are way far off and we know little to nothing about. Of course, that list includes the League of Legends based MMO coming from Riot, the ZeniMax Online Studios, they have a new IP, the same developers of ESO. There's that new Ghost MMO from Ghostcrawler, and then Sony reportedly still has one of their 2 Horizon MMOs in development, one of which was canceled, but apparently the second one is still coming from Guerrilla, as far as we know. And the reason for my interest in these games is that they have.
Meanwhile, China is coming out with their like Horizons fucking MMO PAL world looking ass game too. Like, you know, that will probably come out way before this does. So we'll see how that goes.
Have the financial backing and the development studios likely required to even take a
China.
crack at breaking into the genre's top 10 list. And so I'm hoping that one of, if not all of them, actually deliver. But again, the fact is, we pretty much know nothing about any of these games other than that they exist and they're in development, let alone have a clear picture or expectations for how good or not they're going to be. So really, it's just wishful thinking at this point. Now, there are way more MMOs on the horizon than what is covered in this video. But to be frank, I just don't have a large degree of hope for most of them in the sense that I don't see them having the sort of staying power any of the genre's current heavy hitters have. Although I would love to be wrong, genuinely. Like, just take a look at my yearly list video for every upcoming MMO, and you're gonna see 30 plus games that are currently in development set to release in like the next 5 or so years. Maybe a few of them exceed my expectations for both my personal enjoyment, but also in terms of large-scale success. I hope so. In fact, I'll say that there is inevitably going to be some MMOs launching in the next 3, 5 to 10 years that do catch fire, and that is something that I entirely welcome. In fact,
Copium. They'll catch fire and they'll burn real quick. That's all I'm gonna say. I've just seen this way too much recently. Oh my god. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too negative. Maybe I'm just too, you know, I don't know. I've been burned too many times, but like most of these MMOs, like I just don't see it. I don't see it. We'll see.
I'm praying that happens. But as of now, the games I'm most interested in and excited about, yeah, it's pretty much Ashes of Creation.
I'll play them though.
Arcade
I'll play them
Chronicles,
all.
and Chrono
I'll fucking
Odyssey
play 'em
as
all.
for the traditional MMOs, then followed by those MMO lights or shared world bunch, which includes Soulframe, Dune Awakening, and Light No Fire on the list. And then a lot of my hope for those bigger budget games are the ones we know nothing about. That Riot League MMO, the new IP from ZeniMax Online, Ghost MMO, and then
That looks like
Sony's
some old-ass
Horizon
footage
MMO
of League
if
of
they don't
Legends.
cancel it in the next year. Though I will add one final note. My pipe dream that I mentioned in the recent Monster Hunter Wilds review is that I would just lose my mind if we ever got an MMO version of that sort of game. Imagine the depth of the combat system and the boss fights in a Monster Hunter game,
Dude,
but in a
yeah,
fully
Monster
seamless
MMO?
open world
Didn't they have
with
one
other
in China or
players
something
and
like that?
things like dungeons and raids and enemy camps that
You know
you
the
go
paradigm?
after. Like, it would be
Miss
so
Lost
cool.
Ark?
Or even just
I mean, I
like
still
an
played
MMO
it.
version of a game like Elden Ring. My God, I would lose my mind. The premise is so appealing to me. I just don't know if it's like technically feasible. At least no one's delivered on that sort of a concept as of today. Well, that
And they had like a Monster Hunter-esque game, not like Monster Hunter, but like they had Dauntless, right? But I don't think that's very popular.
like I really wonder what keeps MMOs like. It's probably technology, right? Is my guess that they can't get MMOs that are that fluid in combat in an actual MMO setting. Probably because of like latency and like tick rates and all these things that prevent that from happening. Like, because I mean, we've had these really fluid single player games that felt really good to play, but then like the moment they try to make it into an MMO, and very specifically, like let's say like Skyrim, right? Skyrim versus Elder Scrolls Online, there's just something about ESO that just doesn't feel Skyrim. Like, I think it has to be like technology that prevents these games from actually feeling as good as their single player counterparts. So I don't know. I don't know if they ever make anything like that.
That does it for this video. A look at the upcoming MMOs that I'm actually excited for. If you think I shortchanged any game, any upcoming MMO or shared world game that you are personally very interested in, an upcoming MMO that you think deserves to be on this list, tell me why below, because I am all for getting hyped and excited for something new. So let me know if I miss something that you think deserves to be here. But that just about does it for today. Thank you as always. Hope you enjoyed the video. See y'all next time. Take it easy.
There it is. There it is. I literally just react Andy the entire stream almost tonight. There you go, boys. But there was one MMO that I was looking at that looked kind of interesting. And there was one MMO that Lazy Peon made a video about that this Apogea
Indie
Apogea indie MMO, right? I don't know. This looked kind of interesting to me. I mean, we'll watch a little bit of this, right?
Well. You can see
I don't know how you guys feel about it. Is that not the RuneScape game? It's supposed to be similar to Tibia. I've never played Tibia before.
Camera, so it's like a full 3D MMO. Big damage. So
like,
we can move around with WASD. Right click to open the chest. In the chest there was a rusty sword and key. Can we jump? Not yet. Oh, dialogue suggestions. How do I leave this place? How do I open the door? How do I get out of there? How do I leave this place? I put the key in the chest over there. Door is jammed.
like this kind of looks whatever, right? But I don't know. When it came to like the combat,
3D.
it looked kind of
Drag around the
cool.
world map here. You work up with our little dummy over here. Will we attack it? Yes. Can we destroy?
It kind of has like this
objects?
old school
Oh, no, but
MMO-esque
we can
kind
open
of
them.
like
Wooden mug.
look to it, but like has like
Okay, so
kind
to-
of like a
We came from
modern-ish
key. Brand new torch. I
twist
click
to
on
it, I guess.
I like that I can check in all of these containers to see if there's.
In a way, no?
Oh, level 2.
There's just
3
some
stat
like,
points to spend.
I don't know, like
The
this
torch is
combat just
limited.
feels like,
Oh, yes,
to
it's got
me,
9
it
minutes
seems
on it. The
kind
silver
of
bags appear when you kill an enemy, and then you can click
satisfying?
new tool. Oh, this is interesting.
he seemed to like it a lot.
I like
Lazy
the way
Peon
that
seemed to like the
transitions
game a
is quite
lot,
smooth.
but
It says we need to look for a priest.
I don't know.
I feel like I've gone past him.
Get
though.
those rats.
Yeah, I saw Maxwell. I just thought he
Is this Lost Ark? Is that why there's so many rats? All right. We've done a ton of React Andy tonight. I don't know what you guys think about like this style of stream. I'm literally doing Stoops mode right now, sitting here React Andying for like 90% of the stream, then doing into gameplay. React to this. Oh God.
Classic sponsor game.
Classic
go.
sponsored game.
Waste.
I had the same reaction.
Okay. Tactical
I should not
knife.
be
Oh, that
here
was
awake.
cool.
Well, but you are because you're
It's
playing
a
the
tail.
mushy game.
Initiating ejection sequence.
God damn.
Whoa,
That
what was
booba.
that? Okay, my character is customized. Let's go. Okay, now
bed
I
at 10
can
and
play
woke
the
up an hour
game.
ago.
Finally. You know what sucks is I'm gonna have to kill myself in game to actually get to enjoy my character that I worked so hard on just now. Wait, rotate her fast again?
Look at
Her
that jiggle
butt
physics.
breathes, bro.
Look at those jiggle physics. It's crazy, bro. Mecha Break is going to be the best game of 2025. I guarantee it. I guarantee you. Alright, you know what? Let's actually get to playing Holocure, you know? So, I was bored last night, and... Because, what is it called? Because I didn't stream last night, right? And I finished with my video around, like, 2 a.m. or so. But at that point, I was just like, I don't know if I want to, like, play... Like, I don't think there's enough time for me to hop on stream, right? So I try to like go around, like figure out what I wanted to play and like try to figure out like, oh, is there a good game or like whatever, right? And yo, what's up, Mr. Soul Real? Damn, you're up late. Holy, thank you for the raid, appreciate it, man. But yeah, last night I was like sitting here, right? And I was like, I don't have a game to play, and I tried to like, cause like I don't know, I felt like Lost Ark. Also, how's the music volume? Let me know, guys, if it's too loud or too soft. But yeah, I was just sitting there like, I don't know if I want to like play. Like, I don't want to play Path of Exile. I don't really want to play Monster Hunter. Honestly, I'm kind of done with that right now. And like, I didn't want to play Mecha Break either. Like, I was just like going around like trying to figure out like what game should I play. And then like, I remember that at some point I was like, maybe I should check out Holocure. Because I remember like Asmongold really liked this game and it seemed to like really have really good reviews, right? But I never got around to playing it. And then like, I started playing it and I couldn't stop, bro. I couldn't stop. So yeah, I ended up playing a good bit of Holocure. I'm not like deep into it, right? I've cleared the first stage with Ga-Gura. I cleared the second stage with Takanashi Kiara. I don't even know who these people are. I only know Ga-Gura and I know Mori Calliope. So yeah, the music goes hard though. Music actually goes hard. What type of game is this? This is a Vampire Survivor, like. Basically, HoloLive Vampire Survivors is what I would call it. Yeah. It was a lot of fun. I had such a good time playing this game last night. And the music kind of goes hard, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what's good yet. I haven't really, like, you know, played too much. Earlier I played this character, but my game crashed in the middle of the run, so that kind of sucked. I think I was gonna clear that run, but it didn't end up clearing because of that. So yeah, my best vampires are in the genre. I'd say so. It feels that way so far. Of course, I'd go for the tentacles, sir. I just picked a character. Yeah, it's free too, which is crazy. But basically, I just decided I wanted to play a game, and this was a game that seemed pretty good, and I loaded it up, and I couldn't stop playing it last night. And then I was like, shit, it's way too late right now. I need to go to bed. And then I stopped playing it. I hope the game doesn't crash, though, because I had some crashing problems with this game last night and today. So, yeah. Should we went with Scythe? I like Mori. I like Mori Calliope. I mean, she's one of the few characters that... one of the few HoloLive characters that I actually know. So, yeah, I would have went her, but I was playing this character earlier, and I ended up the game crashing, right? So I wanted to, like, retry this character. Was there policy in backseating? I mean, you can backseat if you want. Like, I don't know. It doesn't really matter, as long as you're not being, like, obnoxious about it or whatever, which I know you won't be, because you're a very people-cute JJ. No, 90% of the members brain rotted. I am not brain rotted and do not know 90% of the members. I know some of them, but not all of them. I know like maybe like 3 or 4 of them. I think I know Gogura. I know, like I said, I know Gogura. I know Mori, right? Those are the actually, I think those are the only ones that I know. Maybe I might know one more, but like not off the top of my head. Like maybe if I see them, I'll like know, but off the top of my head, I don't. You know the Cali horse memes? No, I don't. I'm not. The only reason why I know Mori Calliope is because I was at Anime Expo this year, and we went to a presentation for Batman. Like it was like Batman versus like the Yakuza or something, or something like that. Or no, it was like the what was it called? The Harley Quinn anime. Yeah, it was a Harley Quinn anime and the Batman versus the Yakuza thing. And the thing is, Mori was the singer. She sings the opening for the Harley Quinn anime. So that's why I know that. What the fuck? Additional terrain just literally does not affect my weapon. The fuck? Sell. Yeah, but she sang that, so that's why I knew about Mori. Because she sang that song. Go Getters. And then I know Gogura because I think she was like the most popular for a while. Yeah, Go Getters. I like Go Getters. I think it's a good song. I think it's a pretty damn good song. Wait, what the fuck? Why did I drop this yard? I thought it applied. Yoshi's gonna be AX. Wasn't there a video that Stoops was watching today that was like talk about the state of Final Fantasy and how it's not very good right now? Kiara or the duo. Sorry, weapons can combine to make a strong one. Call it collabs. Oh yeah, I do know that, but I don't know which weapons are the ones that can combine. Cutting board for to combine it with a hollow bomb. I don't know if I have the cutting board unlocked. Like I know the magic mic and the microphone and the lightsaber combines. Decrease the damage of main weapon with 20, but increase the damage of all other weapons. I don't think I like that. So I'm just gonna strengthen this, I guess. Typically, I've been like pretty reliant on the main weapon to do damage for like my runs. Like I know these two combine, right? I know like the fucking microphone and that shit combines. We're using Gorilla's Paw, so I don't think crit chance is gonna help me this time around. So we're just gonna do. And I know something combines with Lava Bucket to make comets. I forget what it was. Let's do Void. Oh, guess we get the Lava Bucket at the end of the day. Knows what it is. Psycho Axe was Lava Bucket was common. Oh yeah, that's right, that's right. Those are the two combinations I've had so far. Should be a list if you pause. Yeah, those are the only ones I've had so far. But I don't know. This game is actually like really, really deep. I think like, I mean, granted, I didn't really play Vampire Survivor super deep, but like, I feel like this game definitely goes, like, might be deeper than Vampire Survivors. Definitely deeper than Halls of the Dead or something like that, whatever it was called. I forget. But yeah. Brother Hunters looks hot. I am pleased. I am glad you're happy, Zoling. Yo, what's up, Hyper Driver? How's it going, man? Or Hype Driver? +1 projectile. It feels pretty decent, but I don't know. Oh, wait, what? Can we goon a Huntress? Hello? Hello? Are you guys okay? I quit Monster Hunter already. I mean, I didn't quit, but I did kind of stop playing it. You're right. I mean, it's fine. I mean, I never was one to super grind endgame Monster Hunter, if I'm being honest. I've never been one to super grind endgame Monster Hunter. Does it mean it doesn't have as much content as Worlds? It definitely doesn't have as much content as World. But there's gonna be a content drop soon. I heard there's gonna be a content drop soon. There's gonna be a big patch soon for Monster Hunter, and they're gonna be adding like monsters and stuff like that. I'm excited for April 2nd. Or April 4th, 100%. So here's the current plan, right? For my streams. The current plan is play whatever for the next play whatever for like the next couple weeks, basically, until the end of the month. Actually, no. So right now, current plan is play whatever until the 19th. On the 19th, I think we're going to give Maple Story another shot. I haven't played Maple Story in a long time. There's going to be a big update for Demon Slayer, right? Demon Slayer collab. I'm going to try it out and play it for a little bit. Then after that, I'm going to be playing... God, what was I going to play? Oh, no. The Maple Story update is going to come, and then I'm going to be going to Seattle. I'm going to be going to Seattle to visit some of my friends, so I'm going to be taking a little bit of a breaky poo, right? But then after that, I'm going to come back, and it's going to be Last Epoch. We're going to play Last Epoch for about 2 days, and then after that, we're going to be... Sorry, I'm reading this. We're gonna play Last Epoch, and then we're gonna play PoE 2, or PoE 2 when the new update comes out. That is the current plan right now. IRL stream, maybe we'll see. It depends. Oh, I'll definitely have one IRL stream probably when I go hang out with Seoul. I can come to. Can I come to Seattle too? I mean, you can come, but you know, it's not like there's enough for you to do. I guess not like when I hang out with you. I don't want to hang out with you. What the? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I don't want that. You play Last Epoch without a guide? I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I've played it before, but I haven't like invested super amount of time into it, so I'll definitely not be very, very knowledgeable about the game. Guess who's back? Yo, what's up, Ark? How's it going, man? Weren't you sleeping?
But yeah, that's the current plan right now. So we've got a pretty packed month plus. Like we're gonna be pretty packed for things that we're gonna do after this next week, basically. Which is good, honestly. But granted, I'm sure there's people who want me to like go back to playing PoE 2 before that, but I just, you know, there's just not really much happening in that game right now. I don't like I did think about potentially going back to play like, you know, make one last build before the new season, right? That was something that I thought about doing, but I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know if that's what I really want to do. We'll see, though. I'll try. I'll think about it. 30 minutes? I have many sleeping issues. Got typhoid? What was typhoid? I'm assuming that's not good. Playing Gemling Stat Stacker? Got burnt out. It's fine. Say it. No, I didn't get burnt out. There's just, what is it called? I want to... The type of content that I want to make, right? It's like... It was like a lot of build videos, build guides, and I don't know. I think I finished with all the builds that I wanted to make, so, you know, it's not really, something that I really wanted to, continue doing. Yo, Hype Driver, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. You have so many builds to play in PoE 1. Yeah, I don't really like playing PoE 1 that much, though. I don't know. At the end of the day, I can't do it. I tried. I gave my fair shot during whatever the recent shit was called. Oh, shit! That was not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to upgrade that shit. Ah, fuck. I want to swap it. God damn it. With a fucking Settler Phyrexia. You don't need crit? No, I wasn't trying to get crit. I messed up. I was trying to replace. I was trying to swap. I fucked up, bro. I fucked up. I done goofed. I need to pump that immune, work out to pump the immune system. What the fuck? Do I seem sick? Or are you talking about Shadow? Give me away, give me away, give me away. Give me away from that shit. I need heals. I need my babies. I need my little babies to come heal me. I got some food over here. There we go. There it is. Something drop? Oh shit! I'm almost dead. Fuck! What? How did I even fucking die there? Fuck! I was not paying attention. I looked away for a second. I died. Okay, let's go again. I died to a pizza? What the fuck is a pizza? Oh, no, that was me. The shit that was on the ground was me. I played that fucking lava bucket. I'm so bad. I looked away to read chat, and then I lost, like, all my HP. It's your fault, guys. You guys made me die.
Blaming chat. It's true. It's true. I wouldn't just blame chat for no reason, guys. I'm a very reasonable person, all right? I'm a very reasonable person. Trust me. I would never blame chat for no reason. I'm a person that takes accountability for his own mistakes and actions, all right, guys? I want you to know that. I want you to know that. When it's actually my problem and my fault, I admit to it. I fess up. I swear. Does this let me go through without taking damage? I mean, granted, I don't need to, but... Does my support item let me go through without taking damage? What are fans? I don't know. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I roll on the floor and watch that fuse moment. Yo, bro. Just, you don't need to watch it anymore. It's fine. It's all good. Fans are the things that I'm saving? Huh. Interesting. So these things that I'm killing, are those my fans? Big sword. Big sword. I wish I was a VTuber, so I would have thrown my bank balance at him. Sir, I don't think you would have thrown your bank balance at me. I'm a male VTuber. I would have been a male VTuber, sir. I would not have had the booba that you would have wanted. Was there a soup tuber? Unfortunately, I don't think so. Whatever the meaning of that is. I could use a voice changer? That's so much work. It's too much work, man. I wouldn't do that. I'm lazy. Apparently, Bacon knows a soup tuber. I don't know what that means, but apparently he knows. Apparently that's a thing. There's a guy with a female VTuber model? Oh yeah, for sure. There's plenty of those people. But a number of them don't use voice changers. They just use the female model and they just stick with it. Ooh, get me out of there. I don't even know what these combinations... I don't even know if there's any combinations here. Fuck it. We increase damage by 30. Another one of those goddamn stamps? I need those stamps. I want those stamps. I want that stamp. Strengthen. Yes. I wonder if this is good for me. I feel like this is good for me. I'll find out. Fuck it. It might have spelled my demise right there, but fuck it. We ball. Oh god. Jesus Christ, healing's tough right now. I thought those little big boys, I thought the big boys that I summoned could be able to heal me enough. But I don't think so. I think it's over for me. This is looking really rough, guys. This is looking really tough. I'm kind of losing a lot of HP and really... Oh, it's over. I kind of fucked up. I kind of fucked up there. I just didn't know, guys. I didn't know. I didn't know how much HP I would actually be losing there. No way he chooses that with Sasser. Like, I don't know. I have healing thingies. The little shits that I summon heal. I thought it might be enough to sustain me, but apparently it wasn't. It was an experiment, boys. I was trying. I was learning. I was learning, guys. I'm just experimenting and learning. All right. You can't blame me for trying to do something, you know, interesting. Okay. More into the book. More into the book. More books, boys. More books. We gotta be smarter. Big smarts. Big smarts. Whoop. Dude, I swear to God, when I was playing this off stream, I literally never died. I've beat the first stage in my first try. I beat the first stage of this game in my first try. Same with my second. No, it's true. It's true. I would never lie to you guys. I picked Gagura and she went fucking ham, bro. I went Gagura and she fucking just started busting a nut on everybody. If I speak... Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. So bad they add to cancel further game. Stage 1 is easier than stage 2. Well, I cleared stage 2 in I think my second try. I went Mori the first time, it didn't work out, and then I went the other girl, the Phoenix girl, and yeah, and then we kind of dominated with her. She was strong. She was really strong. I don't want to hold the stat.
fuck this emote? You don't like artist caught? What's wrong with artist caught, bro? Who the fuck is that guy? I don't understand. I don't understand who that guy is. I know comprende who this man is. With the big ol' ears. Yagu, the CEO of Hololive. Interesting. Yeah, I have no fucking clue. Ooh, get me out of here. Ooh, trap myself in a corner. Like a dummy. I have not been getting good stamps, guys. I have not been getting good stamps. Oh, there's an anvil over here. I have to say, the first stage's soundtrack was, oh my god. The soundtrack on the first stage was bumping, bro. I was vibing out to that shit. This game with Slaps with Hard Hills on mobile, 100%. Is it on mobile? I don't even know. I mean, they have Vampire Survivors on mobile, but they didn't, I don't know if they have this one. Probably not. That's my assumption. I don't need those glasses, bro. Get me out of here. Spin! I swear to God, my runs off stream are so much smoother. I'm not lying, guys. My runs off stream were so smooth. It is unbelievable how much better my runs off stream are. I think you guys just bring in bad luck is why. Also, it's so hard to tell sometimes, like, the friendly little, like, slimes, whether or not they're, like, my shit or, like, enemies. Hold up. It's over here. What is this? What is this? Wow, you're so far away. Holy shit. What the frick? Okay. Alright, get that.
Senor Video is so good. Favorite stage 1 night. Oshi sings the original. Who's your Oshi? Let's do this. On hit, if player does not get attacked by the target for 4 seconds, target may become frozen. Sure. Ah! Those are a lot of explosions! Beep, beep, beep. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, Kami Mio. He's a wolf girl. I could tell by her name that she's a wolf girl. Save me! Oh shit! I couldn't break through him. I feel so weak right now. My characters never feel this weak. I'm telling you guys, I'm getting the chat debuff. I'm getting the stream debuff, guys. I'm getting the stream debuff. The fuck is that link? Take a look at it a sec. I need to make sure I get through this. My tentacles have not been upgraded at all. I want my maximum Squidward tennis balls. We could get Lava Bucket again. This one, level 6. Get glasses. Blaming chat once again. I'm not, you know, it's just the truth. It's just the truth. That is truly the case, guys. I wouldn't blame you guys without a good reason, is all I'm gonna say. This stage's soundtrack definitely does not go as hard as the soundtrack on stage 1. There we go. Finally. I should be grateful to you guys. I am. I'm very grateful to you guys every day. But it doesn't change the fact that you guys are ruining my RNG and ruining my, you know, making this game harder than it needs to be. That's on you guys. That ain't on me. Time to spin this girl. Put her in the spin cycle. We're gonna beat this guy. We're gonna win. We're gonna win the stage. We're gonna beat the stage this time around. No taking any butts. No butts. Oh shit! I used my ulti on accident. It's okay. We made it, boys. We beat her. There is more buckets. Finish taking your online class. Yo, nice. I'm happy for you. Do 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 do. Okay. That one. Ooh, anvil, anvil, anvil. Let's do this. Or do I want to do base damage? Okay, base damage. Just give the students a bunch of work to do and watch Miso. What the heck? What a great teacher. Sounds like you're being very responsible. As a former teacher, I approve. Bap, bap, bap. Doo, 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 doo. I thought you were gonna do more hardcore solo self time while we were waiting. I mean, I thought about it, but I'm gonna be honest, like, I think I want to try to develop my, I kind of like basically like at some point started to think about developing my channel in a different direction. Like I'm still gonna play PoE 2 as kind of like my main game, but I'm trying to develop my channel beyond just like one game and doing more just like general game commentary. Because honestly, I just think that that's probably better for the longevity of my channel. So yeah. Variety's away, yeah, exactly. I'm trying, not just like variety, but like that's the direction I want to take my own like YouTube channel in, and as a result, like the stuff in reality, right? The viewership of Path of Exile 2 right now is not really that high. So like I want to work on like developing other things basically. No point in like playing Path of Exile 2 to try to like, because like what I would be doing is just basically like what is it called? I'd be doing more build stuff, right? Which in my opinion isn't like exactly where I want to take my channel going forward. I'll still do builds and stuff like that, but like where I want my channel to go ideally is going to be more towards like this kind of like, you know, more general gaming commentary type of stuff. If I can. What in the tentacle hentai? This is a very wholesome. This is a VTuber from HoloLive. Yep. This is not tentacle hentai. Don't worry about it. There we go. Strength and confirm. That time I swapped it instead of doing something stupid.
Let's see here. Boom. Ha. Boom. Boom. Let's see here. Let's get this up. Ooh, golden anvil, baby. What is this? No, we, actually, that's useless now. Strength. Yes. Let's see. Which one should we collab? I don't think I've collabed this with anything before. So let's do... Anyway, you have solo stamp with 5 weapons. Oh, no, yeah, no, that was for early on. That was for early on. That was for early on. Let's collab these two. I don't even know what happened. I don't even know what these do. Dragonfire. The power of a once legendary dragon. Oh, shit. Holy, what the fuck? God damn, I'm burning everything. Jesus Lord. This is kind of strong. But I kind of have to, like... kind of burning things up right now. Shit's just kind of dying. Let's see. What do we want? Might as well just take a hollow bomb, I guess. Do do da 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 da. I hope this doesn't crash my game. Like I said, I was having some crashing issues with this game yesterday and earlier today. So I hope we'll be fine. Also, I am getting kind of a little bit overwhelmed right now by the enemies. Kinda gotta get our heals going. Give me the heal. Big heal. Nice. Okay, let's do lava bucket. Are you good at being racist? What the fuck? Huh? What type of question was that? Can you get more than 1 golden anvil in a run? Or is it limited to 1? Am I limited to 1 golden anvil? Ooh, they're coming in all directions. Oh, there it is. There's the second one. That answers the right question. Oh, what the fuck? You can combine this further with shit? Do I want to do that, or do I want to combine the other two for comets? Wait, what is that? What was that? I want to have a gold hammer. Oh shit, I need a gold hammer? Ah, fuck. Is it drop or 3 collabs? Well, too bad for me. It's over for me. I guess we go for the comet. last CEO die. Oh, we got one right there. Oh my god, ain't no way. We got the golden hammer right after we got the golden anvil. That is cringe. That is oh, there's another one. There's another one. Ah! Woo! That's what I'm talking about, baby. Collab. Oh. Oh, baby. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, baby. I can't even see. Can't even see what's going on in the game anymore. What the fuck is going on? What is the blue flames? What are those blue flames? Oh, I can't even see anymore. Who's an enemy? Who's a foe? I can't tell. My own monsters always scare the fuck out of me. Should I turn transparency down? I feel like I should. Graphics settings, attack opacity. It barely helps! It barely helps! Can I kill this guy? Can I please kill this guy? Ooh, he's dead. He's dead. We got this, boys. This is our run. This is the run to beat all other runs. We're gonna win. Special cooldown. I don't think I need that. It's time. We got the ultimate setup. We got the bigger dick. We got the biggest dick of them all in this game. Let's go. What the fuck is that? Upside down. No other effects. Okay. We're just gonna strengthen this. Okay. Ooh, that is one that I do want. Swap, confirm, strengthen this. Low-key, there's a big D in this game. Oh boy. I can't wait. I can't wait. These are kind of tanky. You guys are getting a little bit tanky. Ooh, cutting board. Create defensive wall on targets behind you. Effectiveness increased on certain characters. What is that? I think I just re-roll. I'm gonna be honest. The smaller your chest, the bigger the... Oh, it's so fucking funny. That's so fucking hilarious. I don't even know what the size of my chest is on this character. I mean, this character's chest is probably small as fuck, but I don't think I really care about this weapon. I'm gonna be honest. It kind of, yeah, I don't think I need to care about it. Let's just, you know what? Never mind. You know what? Let's just fucking go for it. Fuck it. I feel like her chest is fucking tiny as fuck. Cutting board plus bomb. Okay, perfect. I'm glad I took it then. I'm glad I took it then. Shit. Fuck balls. Ooh, get me out of there. Ouch. Oh shit. This is not good. This is not good. This is not good. Oh, getting fucked. Oh, anvil, anvil, anvil. Give me the anvil. Give me. Enhance. Yes. Yes. Look at that. Good body pillow. Get a revive. Cutting board. I can't see her. I can't fucking see. Oh my god, why does she still shoot shit out when she's frozen? What the heck? Can't even see her. I don't even know where she is. Where the fuck is she? Oh! Revive. Oh, she dead. Buys all the defense at the last minute. What a gamer. We did it. We did it. Let's go. Let's go. All right. I don't even know what I've been doing. Let's see here. Unlock fandoms where characters gain certain bonuses based on accomplishments. That sounds good. All these permanent purchases are things that I've been working towards. What is this? This is a Holocure. It's a Hololive version of what is it called? Hololive version of Vampire Survivors. Yeah, it's good. It's real fun. I've been having a lot of fun with this game. What is this? No collabs. Oh, these are like challenges. Interesting. No, let's get some more EXP game. Yes. And then we'll do one more reroll. Alright. Alright. Sweet. Alright, let's go next. Oh shit, I was supposed to do I was supposed to buy like a stat upgrade, wasn't I? They recommend 3 damage for this. Did I spend all my money? Oh fuck, I did. Whatever, fuck it, we can do it! I believe! I believe! Check the video. Oh boy. Can I change the volume for this to like turn it off when it's in the background? I cannot. Okay, I will have to manually change that. Who's my favorite Hololive member? I mean, I don't know Hololive very well. I only know 2 characters. I know Mori and I know Mori and I know Gagura. I don't really even know them very well. I just know them by name. And I know Mori does like, she did the song for, what is it called? She did Go Getters, the song for the Harley Quinn anime. What the fuck is this? She's really good for cutting board. Yeah, I beat this boss. I did. What the fuck? Oh, that's the CEO. That's the CEO. I don't know any of these people. Oh, here comes the CEO. So, what's the point of this video? Giga Chad. I have no idea what this is either. I don't know. I was just told to watch this. To make me familiar with Yagu. I see.
記念すべき日にまたこうしてファンの皆様とお会いすることができて非常に嬉しいです。タレントとファンの皆様が共に笑顔でいられるよう全力してまいりますので引き続きの応援
Alright, got it. That is Yagu. Got it. Yes, I know Go Getters by Maury Calliope. That's as much as I know about Hololive. And I know Gogura's a shark. Alright, fuck it. We're going into this one. Fuck it. So I'm gonna take a man to be the best girl. I mean, in terms of VTubers that I know, right? Like well-known VTubers, I know Iron Mouse, right? I know Iron Mouse. I know Neurosama. I know that's about it. I know the name Bibu, whatever that is, whoever that is. I know Kizuna AI, you know, Kizuna AI, yeah, Kizuna AI, yeah. Neurosama is debatable. I mean, I think people consider her a VTuber, considering the fact that people call her, like, you know, their Oshi. But in terms of... I know Fillion, right? I know Fillion. And I know... What's her face? Oh, gosh. Try to think. Yeah, that's kind of about it, honestly. Zentrea big boobs? No, I don't. Do I have a model voice? She is. Oh no, I know Rainho. I know Rainho. I like Rainho. I think she's funny. She's hilarious. There's what's her face? Nyanners. I know Nyanners. There we go. I know Nyanners. Well, I think that's about it. I think that's where my knowledge of VTubers end. I know Bibu. The only reason why I know Bibu is because somebody was asked me to get the Bibu sound thing for Path of Exile for the loot filter. But I don't actually know who Bibu is. I think I've like seen her like once. Mini Rin? No, I'm talking about like pop, like, you know, very big VTubers. Of course I know my friends, right? I know Mini Rin, I know Maysira, I know Briefly, you know, Nemi's debatable. She's not really like, she's like a what do you call it? She's like a Walmart VTuber, right? I know Alice, you know, Alice, yeah. But in terms of like the big VTubers, like I just don't really
I'm not really that aware. I don't know. It's like interesting, right? Oh, there's a fan. Is that guy helpful? Does he like heal me, or it sounds like he looks like he heals the enemies? Can I kill him? He heals the enemies. Yeah, I figured that out. I saw the green numbers toward the enemies and kind of figured that one out. Oh boy. That was no bueno. Oh god, this is starting to get dangerous, boys. This is starting to get dangerous. This is starting to be no bueno. I need my ulti, and I need it to come up quick. Sasha, I need some food. Okay, go there. Scythe his ass. Ooh, that's a big boy. What does that even do? I'm assuming it does damage. Ah! Oh! Oh, thank goodness. I thought it fucking crashed. Ooh! I feel like I need to have some like sort of vampirism effect. Oh, this is bad, 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 bad. I'm getting quartered. I'm getting. Oh god. Okay. I think I'm gonna play with her. I'll play with her here. This is so far out of all the characters. I mean, I've only played with 3 characters. This is my favorite character so far. Get a character? Do I have enough money? Amelia Watson's pretty goated. Is that the character's name? Yeah, so far she's my favorite. I have enough for 13 pools. Oh shit. Trailblazer. All right, we'll go in after this round, I guess. Trailblazer HSR mentioned. Yeah, I never really I don't know. HSR was definitely one of the gachas I never really got into. Let's be real. I haven't really gotten into gachas in a while. Secret HSR player? Why does she need to hide it? Lost Ark? I mean, technically yes. Technically yes, but it's not a gacha game, it's just a casino game. It's a casino game, not a gacha game, bro. Not even Nikkei? I mean, I tried it out one time, but I didn't really, like, you know, play it for long. Like, I don't know. I just, for some reason, I just can't really get into them these days. I mean, I used to play Epic 7, right? I was really big on Epic 7 a while back, but other than that, you know, ever since then, I just haven't been able to get into anything. You had kids, will you let them play gacha games? Sure. But definitely not like, you know, early on, right? They definitely, definitely later in their life, you know? Maybe like when they're a teenager or something at least. But maybe not even then, because like, you know how like you're only supposed to start gambling when you're 21? Because if you like, you know, start gambling before then, you can't make like good proper decisions and shit. I feel like that's kind of like the way that I feel about gacha games. It's basically the same as gambling. Basically the same as gambling. I mean, if the kid's gonna goon, the kid's gonna goon. You know what I mean? Like, they don't need a gacha game to help to support their gooner antics. So, you know... Get this fool out of here. Get that fool out of here. So when am I marrying? Never. You think I have the capabilities to attract a person, a woman? I can attract plenty of men, but sadly I don't swing that way. If only I was born a gay man, life would be a lot easier for me to find a partner. Let's be real. Sorry, Spalgate did release a 3 Epic 7 game in style of ZZZ. Ooh, big, big. It's sorting time. I don't know. I feel like Smilegate has been... I think they're just trying to reap... Like, they're passively collecting income at this point. I think they have given up on, you know, making... I mean, they are making some new games, I guess. They are getting like a new gacha game soon. But yeah, it's... I honestly don't know if HSR is even like that type of game is actually that popular for the most part. Like, I think if it weren't for MiHoYo, I don't know if they could have made like a game like HSR work out. Oh, sorry, that was ZZ. I was thinking of ZZZ. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, maybe it's just too big of a production. Like, the thing is, like, I don't know. Does... In terms of, like, money, right? How much... I don't know if, like, would it be worth their, like, investment to make, like, a ZZZ-S game? I just don't know. Alright, this round is looking good, boys. This round is looking good. Like I said, this character's good. I like this character. She's kind of strong. She moves fast because she has her, like, movement speed thing that that's like her character. thing, and she packs a punch. I like her. She does big deeps. They're investing in a mobile Lost Ark, not really a right decision. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna read this. At some point, I'll probably pick up the Phoenix Shield, but I don't think I need it right now. Ah! Come on, bro. You can do it. Just die already. Just die already, bozo. There it is. Okay, there we go. Firm. Take that. I want the thing that gives me like drops like food passively to synergize with a crit chance thing. Does BL book synergize with anything? I don't even know. Zoneling is also it's always so base. Book an axe? Okay. This game is so much fun. I really like this game. I'm glad I gave it a shot last night. Again, I don't know, guys. As much as, like, you know, my viewership has dropped since, like, you know, playing Lost Ark, whatever, right? It's just being able to enjoy games again is really nice. Being able to enjoy games that are not Lost Ark is really nice. It really is. And also, like, I don't know. I'm also, like, I don't know what you guys think about, like, the way that I ran my stream tonight. I'm thinking about doing more, like, stoop-styled streams where we, like, doing, like, React Andy stuff at the beginning. And then, I guess, like, really stupid. Like, even, like, Asmongold does this format. Like, just doing, like, you know, React Andy / like, you know, yapping at the beginning of the stream. And then, moving into more game stuff. I think that, like, I had a lot of fun tonight doing that. I don't know what you guys thought. I thought, you know, it seemed pretty successful. It seemed like you guys there's a lot of engagement and, like, you know, you guys were enjoying it. So I think I'm going to try to continue doing that. It was great. Chatting and interaction and chat and stuff is what most viewers want. Yeah. So I'm gonna try to continue doing that, especially now that I'm doing more, like, you know, like, what I was saying, earlier, I was saying, like, my channel in terms of the direction that I'm taking it in, it's going to be more of a, you know, games commentary channel, as opposed to, like, a focus on one game channel. No shortage of gamer drama. Yup. Oh yeah, I don't know. Did you guys see that Legendary Drops commented on my video? He was like, you know, it's just, you know, it's nothing like, I'm not mad or anything, but I'm not sure I'd recommend doing this type of, like, clickbait, because in the long run it just kind of hurts your channel. I'm like, oh, you know, it's just really just something I did for fun, so I'm sorry if it offended you. He's like, oh, don't worry, I'm not mad or anything. Just want to make sure you know. I've tried doing this in the past and it worked. I'm like, no, I was just doing it for fun. This is a one-time thing. I have my own channel, thumbnail styles and stuff like that. don't have. I don't. I guess we just strengthened it. Nothing would be as clickbait as Lost Ark Respects Your Time. I was honestly thinking about making a Lost Ark Respects Your Time joke in my video today, but I did end up doing it. I was gonna do something like, guys, I've played 8,000 hours of Lost Ark, and at this point, I think I've come to the conclusion that unfortunately, Lost Ark does not respect your time. Unfortunately, I was fooled and duped into thinking that this game was. So whoever made that video, Mr. Stops or something like that, please delete that video. Yeah, most of the time. Anyways, there's no gameplay here. Sir, I play games. I've been playing Path of Exile shit on the entire month. Pussy? It wasn't even a pussy thing. I kind of forgot about it, I'm gonna be honest. To be completely transparent. I was writing the script and I just completely forgot to include it. What the fuck is this muscle duck man? Holy shit, what the heck is going on here? Rivaling Nemi. That's crazy. Now that's crazy. That is actually crazy. Shubagelian. Is that the duck boy? Interesting. Alright. Get that. Axe. Alright. Get the book. Reading Rainbow. Oh shit, these guys are kind of tanker. These guys are kind of tanky. God, that was a robot that played a Minecraft server named Stub Shugelian. I see. Accurate to scale. Whoever made this game, right? Definitely, like, this was a passion project. This was a work of love for sure for the fucking Hololive series. Because I don't think this wasn't made by Hololive, right? Was it? Oh shit, that fan. The fan's back. Get his ass! Get his ass! Go stick max. Let's get this team up. Is it a fan game? Yeah. That's what I thought. It was definitely a work of love. Yes. Ooh, golden anvil, baby! Whip, whip. Lab big. Laya rerun E7. I was watching a YDCB video and he was playing this new gacha game, like Korean gacha game. It's out in Korea only, so you have to like install it through APK. But there's an they translate it into English. Like there's an English language option. Apparently, it sells pretty good, but I ain't looking to get myself into a gacha game at the moment. You know. Get me out of there.
6 gachas right now. Stop. Caillou was also an anime of River City Girls game. Ooh, maybe over there. What is that over there? There it is. Quit most gachas? Really? What do you play mostly these days? What type of games you play? Big collab. Big collab. BL Fujoshi. God. What is spider cooking? Go with. I don't even know. Whatever. We're gonna do the plug type thing. Cooking combos with tears. Got it. Rhythm games and sandboxes. I was... what should I call it? Back in the day, I used to be really into rhythm games. And I was also into Miku. So, Hatsune Miku Colorful Stage or whatever was something that I had always like wanted to play, but the thing is I was never actually that good at rhythm games. I thought I was decent, but I actually kind of wasn't that great. So I could never do like the harder difficulties of like Miku, unfortunately. I was a big Stepmania player back in the day, but unfortunately Stepmania didn't really transfer over that well. Like Miku was way too hard compared to that, so yeah, I'm kind of sucky. Oh shit, I didn't want to get to take the spider shit. Ah, fuck, I fucked up. Hades? I have tried Hades. It's good. I enjoy it. I have a gacha here as a suit wallpaper, but a student actually asked me that. Platform fighters? Ooh, like Smash? Like Rivals of Ether? Check away Smash? What platform fighter do you play then? Play Hades 2. Brawlhalla, I see. You ever play Smash TV on arcade? Don't think so. I might have played it back in the day on MAME emulator. I used to be really big on it. Like, I used to play a lot of games on MAME emulator. First introduction to bullet hell games. Maybe not then. I don't think I remember if I like thinking when I was thinking about Smash TV, I wasn't thinking about emulator game. Or no, I was thinking about bullet hell game. So that might not be the Smash TV that I'm thinking about. Might have been something else. Yeah, first stage music so far still goes way harder. Not gonna lie, this music is good though. Oh shit, projectiles, fuck. It's my first time running into projectiles. This is not good. These guys are kinda strong. Let's see here. Strength, yes. Oh, there's so many ducks! There's so many ducks! Oh, I'm trying to dodge all of them! Get me out of here! Ah! What is this? 10% chance to cause explosion. So I'm not sure. Now, this is one thing I was wondering, right? For these things, right? Is it per like damage number or is it per whatever, right? Because this weapon hits like a lot of times in terms of damage number. This would kind of like do some big deeps if it was per damage number. Haven't played bullet hells. I mean, this kind of has similar vibes for sure. Shrug, all right. Okay, we're going to swap. Now we're just gonna strengthen. Okay. We'll figure it out. If there's big explosions, we'll figure it out. It doesn't seem like there's big explosions. So, I guess the answer is that, unfortunately, experiment failed. You're here after a certain idle main weapons. Oh shit! Oh shit! What is this? Super Nightly Milk increases the attack size, knockback effects by 30%. Also pick up range by 100% and increase max HP by 20. That is pretty big. That was kind of big. Oh my god, what is going on here? I cannot see shit! Sure. I don't even know that's good for me right now, but fuck it. Ooh! Ah! Ooh, there's so many things on the screen right now. I can't see. I can't see. I don't know what's going on. We made it out of there. That's all that matters. This game is such a good soundtrack.
Are these soundtracks like? Are these songs like their songs, like Hololive, like the songs from like the idols? All these are Hololive songs? I see. It would make sense. They're pretty dang good. I like them. Now the question is, are you guys bigger Hololive EN fans or Hololive JP fans? 8-bit remixes. Got it. Saw his curse. Those. Oh shit! What the fuck is that shit? Holy! What the heck? Ooh! Oh my! Ooh my lord! What the heck is going on here? Ah! She stepped on me! I need food. I need food ASAP. Get me some food. Where the food at? Oh! Oh, we killed her. Woo! 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 That was close. What the fuck was that? Who the fuck's Spider Chaba? Holy shit! New stage unlocked. Let's fucking go. Alright, character gacha, right? I don't know who I want. Oh, I think I know this girl. The fucking fire chick. Whatever her name is. The one with the big old titties. Alright, let's see. Bay? Or whatever red-haired chick, whatever her face is, red-haired chick. All right, let's see who I know out of these. All right, which one have I heard of? Yeah, I'm clueless. Oh, I know Pecora. I've heard of Pecora before. Yeah, I don't think I've heard of any of these. Do endless? I want to go through stage so I can unlock shit. Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, I like the designs of these characters though. These characters are cute. So we are gonna do a 3 pull or 5 pull. Debut. Well, we got a lot of dupes. We got a lot of dupes. Boys and girls. Created by EN member Nanashi Mume when she drew an animal horror version of the different members. Interesting. Okay. So we're gonna do that. Foxtail swipes up close, summons katanas, flurrying around her for 5 seconds. Fubuki dodges all attacks during this time. Alright, let's do that. Alright, let's go. Ooh, pig boots. Hello. Stage 4, is this rough? Am I in it for a tough one? That was an early anvil. Holy shit. How do you know what? Let's see. Gain 1 HP every 2 seconds. HP is full. The EXP rate slowly increases. 2% resets. Sturdy glasses. Okay. The stamp thingy. Nice. Okay. It's based on Holo Indonesia. Interesting. Is Holo Indonesia like a newer line of Hololive? Because I definitely haven't heard of them much. Gain a buff that increases speed 20%. On next hit, it consumes the buff to dodge attack and gain 100% speed, 100% dodge for 3 seconds. We're going for damage. Interesting. There's a damage to dodge attacks, receiving a noise burst. Oh. We go there. Oh, that's a sushi. That's a sushi. First gen was 2024. Oh, I'm getting hit. I'm getting hit. Yo, these sushi's got tanky. Give me hamburger, please. I need hamburger. Oh, there was one up there. Fuck, I missed it. Save me. These sushis are tanky. Oh, we made it. We made it. We made it. Okay, we got the hamburger. These sushis are fucking rough, bro. What the heck? Okay, we're dropping it. Increase speed by 10, but moving attack is interesting. This is also very good. Okay, we're taking the awakened one. What does the awakened one even do? I don't even know. I didn't even read it. Fuck it. Or shoots the little food eyes or some shit. Too late? What's too late? Oh. Oh, for the thing. I see. For the information. Oh, get me out of here. Oh! Ooh! Save me. Save me, boys. You! I'm not doing enough deeps. I'm not doing enough damage. I'm not doing enough damage, boys. Get more speed. We need a zoom. We need a zoom, boys. Okay. Oh, shite. Chill. speed, give me more speed, give me more speed, give me more speed. I need speed. Okay. Give me up. Oh, what the fuck? I got him. Ah! Woo! Come here, come here. Okay. How is that big boy still up? There's no way. There's no way. It's danger. It's danger. We're in danger zone right now. Dude, I have. I can't even get to that box. I want to get to it. Ah! Hey. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go, big damage. Get me out of there. Oh. Ow! Oh! I didn't mean that. I didn't know it was gonna end right there. Oh Lord, that does a lot of damage. Oh, we're kind of dangerous. Is there danger zone? Please, tell me some food somewhere around here. Tell me there's some food. We need to heal. Okay, we're a Sly Fox. We got this. We're dodging everything. No more getting hit. We're dodging everything. We're gonna need some heals. We're gonna need some heals. I don't like taking defensives, but... Ah! Victim to stage 4. What about her? Oh, Kami Mio. Okay, we'll try it again. Try it again. Stage 4. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Cute little fox girl. Cute little Okami Mio fox girl. Heal 1% for each target within 100 pixel up to 10%. Non-bosses in range have a small chance to be instantly defeated. Interesting. Okay.
We got this, boys. We got this. I believe in our gamering capabilities. I'm a gamer, boys. I'm a true gamer. And true gamers never back down to a challenge. Ouch. Line between stupidity and being delusional. Well, I'm not delusional, that's for sure. So, yeah. Idle costume, is that good? I don't even know. Do you see Omen? What's Omen? That's a crowbar. Oh shit. Oh, this one. 10% chance to create Omen. 200% damage to targets. Omen's each target special meter feels slight. That was fun. That was fun. Oh, her whole loop is to spam the special. I see. I should have taken the other thing then. I should have taken the dress. I done goofed. Oh, shite! Get me out of here! Get me out of here! Get the hell out of here. Ah! Get the fuck away from me! Ian's curse. Fires curse energy in front. If there's a spreading curses. Fuck it. Look at that shit. These guys are fun. I like this character. This character is fun. Muy bueno fun. Shit.
feels the best. She kind of seems like it, honestly. Omen. Damn. I'm really regretting not picking up that dress now. Hopefully I can get another one. This one. Roll. That ain't it. Oh shit! Get me out of there! Get me the fuck out of there! Oh. Two stamps. Super Loud Ghost Lick, Idol Saw, Idol Costume. Oh shit. What are these sounds? Those are me punching. What else would those sounds be? Brain rot. It's not like brain rot. This is honestly, I just don't think that the sound effects in the games are adequate enough for the animation. That's all. I honestly think that they should have probably hired me to make the sound effects for the game. Definitely a mute. What the heck? Ooh, triple box. Let's take it. Bring this. You guys are mean. You guys are mean. I'm trying to have a good time. I'm just trying to give you guys help you guys have a good time. And you're just being mean. Just being meanies. Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop. I bit my tongue. Oh! Is that the outside perimeter of the stage? I didn't even know that. Oh, get me out of here, Oh, shite. We go again. Get the fuck out of here.
Get me out of here. They're locked in there with me, stuck in the soup bowl. Well, I don't want to be locked in here with them. That's all I'm gonna say. I think I'm more stuck in here with them rather than the other way around. It's time. It's time. Take these fools out. Take these fools out. Dude, oh, we have not seen another fucking skirt this entire time. There's another dress this entire time. I think it's kind of Dahmer, bro. It's kind of Jeffrey Dahmer, boys. Oh, boy. I'm almost dead. I'm almost dead. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. Oh, boy. Those guys are so fast. Oh, why am I so slow? Why am I so slow? Wait a second, this is not good, 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 this is not good. Oh my god, no way. Why was I so slow? Was it because of that fan? Don't you think people are overreacting to PoE versus LE stuff? Feels clickbaity and all the CC are doing? I don't know, honestly. I haven't looked into it too much. Yeah. I think, guys, unfortunately, this is where we are going to head to a stop. This is where we are going to head to our last section of the stream, which is the gacha giveaway, and which is our favorite part of the stream, because this is where we do a pull on our gacha game, and if you get a 4-star hero or a 5-star hero, you win a prize. 4-star hero gives you a gift sub to the channel. 5-star hero gives you a $10 gift card to any game of your choice. All you need to do is play this marbles game, and if you win, you get to do a pool on the gacha game, guys. So yeah. I think that I will play more Holocure tomorrow. I'm having a lot of fun with this game. And I want to continue to progress. So we're probably going to do the same thing tomorrow. We're going to do some React Andy at the beginning, and then we will play some Holocure at, like, towards the second half / ending of the stream. So, alright guys, Exclamation Shark play to join. Exclamation Shark play to join. Goes a Reaper. Shit map. This guy hasn't even gone through this map yet. It's our first time doing this map, and he calls it a shit map. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Exclamation mark, play to join, folks. Exclamation mark, play to join. You don't want to miss it. You do not want to miss it. People have cried because they have missed it. They have sent me DMs with tears running down their faces because they missed the gacha giveaway. You don't want that to be you. You really don't. Exclamation mark, play to join, folks. Exactly, JJ. Exactly. All right, you guys have 60 seconds. 60 seconds. 60 seconds to join. Actually, let's play this playlist. $20.25. This guy's still scamming people. We literally had a winner the other night. This is the most popular song on this playlist, I think. This one right here. X-Ray play to join. X-Ray play to join. Just in time. Exactly. Typhoon would have been so sad if he missed it. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. All right. Let's head on down, folks. Head on down the pipe. Ooh, this is a very shiny stage. Very shiny stage. All right, let's see who makes it down here first. Ooh, it is a really close race, guys, right now. I don't see anybody being a front runner yet. Oh, wait. Oki making it down. Wait, no, Typhoon in first place with Oki following up right on behind at second. Ooh, now we have some gated. Now we have some gates. All right, Oki Typhoon absolutely neck and neck. Is this Monster Hunter Wilds what? This stage? Oh shit, that's a fucking meteor. What the fuck? Holy! Don't get squashed, guys. Don't get squashed. You don't want to get squashed by the meteor. All right, Oki in the lead right now. Oh, Miso X Shuru. Rest in pepperonis. Better luck next time. All right, Oki still in the lead with Typhoon following up close second. Oh my god, barely avoided the meteor. Holy, Oki Typhoon still looking good. Oh, Shadow overtaking the lead. Where did you come from? Holy. Oki and Shadow are in the lead right now, with Shadow being first place, but that could change in a heartbeat because folks are getting gated again right now. Oki, Shadow in the lead, going up the pipe. Who's going to make it out first? Shadow making it out first. Absolutely starting to break away from his rival Oki over here. From the shadows, out of nowhere, making it into the lead. Going around the bend, around the tree, up until the next building. All right. Oh, Oki is absolutely speeding back up, though. What the heck happened? How did he gain so much speed? Wait a second. Could this be closer than we thought? Shadow is still in the lead right now, with Oki barely trailing behind. Ooh, all right. Could this be the end for our heroes? Oh my god, another goddamn meteor. Wait up. JJ in third, though, following up close behind the two. This could be anybody's race at this point. Going through the shining lights, going through the disco. It is really panic at the disco tonight. Oh, getting boosted. Boom! All right, going up the portal, down the ramp we go. And it looks like Shadow is the winner today. Congratulations, Mr. Shadow. You have won the Marbles game. And as a result, you get to pull in the gacha game. Good luck. Good luck, sir. Just happy you made it to the finish line. Oh no. Oh no. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. And unfortunately, that is a 3-star hero, Amiki. Sadly, you did not win the gacha giveaway today, but don't worry. Even if you didn't win tonight, there's always a chance that you win tomorrow. Guys, for all the VTuber enjoyers out there, we're going to head over to my favorite VTuber. Her name is Seon Ira. I've rated her plenty of times before, but we're going to go give her another raid now. All right, guys. Hope you guys have a good night. And enjoy the rest of your evening, day, whatever it might be. And hopefully I'll see you again here tomorrow. Peace out.